nigga high as a motherfucker, by the way. Let me go fast for it. I am the nigga, young dog. This high ass nigga.
They don't dance no more. It's all about the lean. Back in the day, crack was jumping on the scene. Now they slumped on the sidewalk. Can't talk. Golden era baby, but we still feel the rock. They used to be kings, now they lost in the scheme. Popping them bottles, throwing money, living dreams. Now they zoned out and mumbling, fumbling. No rhythm in the city, the whole shit crumbling. They used to rock the house, they was riding through the streets. Remember there was dancing, sliding to the beat. Now it's poison in their veins, ain't no pulse on the street. Guess it's over now, they accepted defeat. Back in the day, the rock had a violent freak. Different story now, they got no energy. The new drugs got them slow with the hit unload. Half close and they don't dance no more. Block used to be jumping, type shit they was on. Now it's lights out, guess the thrill is gone.
I am the nigga, young dog. I bring it to you rough, rugged, and raw, nigga.
They don't dance no more, it's all about the codeine. Back in the day, they was rocking on the scene. Even dancing in the rain. Now they nodding off. Shit just don't hit the same.
I am the nigga, young dog.
New this morning, the TBI is investigating after National Guard members
good to have you back, but in terms of what took place here at IDB Wells, in terms of this specific street now, investigators are saying that there were reports of gun again, according to the Tennessee National Guard and the Memphis Police Department, officers responded to reports of shots hitting. The National Guard says that two Guards medical specialists immediately provided medical aid, but Johnson was pronounced dead at the scene. No law enforcement were injured during this incident, and the TBI says that agents are now collecting evidence, conducting interviews, and working to determine this sequence of
I don't know what happened here. I don't know. This is my internet service is really slow. I should be on the screen. Damn, there you go. I don't know what's up with the internet connection. Anyway, so Be Brave and I, we were talking about the crime over the holiday weekend, and there were shootings and mass shootings all over the place. And Be Brave is saying this is moved beyond just regular crime, John. He says this is more like terrorism, and that these people are terrorizing entire communities. And he's saying it's just not crime anymore. We've crossed Memphis shooting. Here's another video where they're discussing the Memphis shooting, and this is where a National Guard officer. So this is going to be a little more interesting here in that a National Guard officer, a man who the officers, they're not supposed to be necessarily policing the streets. I have videos on this channel where National Guard officers say, "Hey, all we do is hold the people and let DC police take over at that point." And now we're at the point where they are killing people. They have had to kill someone. And I'm guessing that the blacks, and particularly in inner cities where it is black run, DC is one where our mayor does not want the National Guard in the city. So you're going to see, I would imagine you're going to see quite a bit of pushback in Memphis, having a National Guard officer having shot one of their residents.
News starts now.
He pulled up. Walked to the end of the street.
Town investigators. Now, the moments leading to that shooting early this morning are under investigation by the state. Fox 13's Martin Staunton breaks down what we know before the shots rang out.
It happened early Sunday morning, just off Union, right next to AutoZone Park. Investigators and the guard say Tyron Johnson was armed. Guardsmen shot him.
He's armed.
Right. My initial thoughts are, after reading the reports in the news, I have some outstanding questions.
According to Memphis police, officers were called to the area near Ida B. Wells Avenue just before 4 a.m.
I don't know if you know this, but Ida B. Wells she's a black woman. I don't remember what she's known for. But there used to be a notorious housing project named after Ida B. Wells in Chicago.
Sunday on reports of shots fired. When officers arrived, they found several people leaving the area, and police say Tyron Johnson was one of them, and he had a gun and ran. Memphis police and Tennessee National Guard military police chased him. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation says Johnson turned towards guardsmen while armed. 2 National Guard soldiers shot and killed him. As the investigation continued into the early morning hours, Johnson's family arrived. 2 brothers whose vehicle was caught up in the crime scene witnessed the family's grief.
It's really very surreal, to me. Yeah, we come from a big family, so family are a big deal with us. So just watching the mama get the news, that's different. I wouldn't even want my mama to get news.
Jesus Christ, where is Be Brave? Let me put the link in the chat for Be Brave. This is more or less his topic. Oh, there's Brave. Did I have you in the back, Brave? I didn't even see you back there.
No, I just got here.
Oh, Brave? Man, we go something different direction with this visual right here. This young black man just got killed by the Memphis National Guard, apparently, Brave. And this is his mama and I guess her family out here, commiserating over their dead son there.
Disgusting human pieces of shit is what they are.
He had a gun too. It's not illegal to have guns, although he probably was a criminal.
Well, yeah, that doesn't matter. It just stop sending your sons out here fucking terrorizing the communities. Stop. What do you expect a society to do at this point? Over the weekend, there were 6 mass shootings. On July 4th, 6 mass shootings. Only one of them had even a suspect. The other 5 mass shootings, this is where somebody shoots at an op and wounds other innocent people, folks. Shoots into a crowd. No suspects in custody.
No.
And yet we're supposed to feel our heartstrings are tugged when mom is crying over a thug criminal that probably needed to be deleted. These people are crazy. That's why I say it's just not the criminals that are the terrorists. It's 70% of Black Americans are psychopathic terrorists. Go ahead, John.
But you say that they're moving over into the terrorist lane now.
Yes, not yes. This is
not crime.
Yeah, this has gone beyond crime. It has to. We have to look at it like that, or we'll never get anywhere. I would even say that you could call it insurrection. I don't care if insurrection, the definition of insurrection against a government or authority. They're against authority.
That's what the insurrection was in 9/11, right? And not 9/11, but January 7th. That was an insurrection. Those were domestics.
Oh, that's what they call it. Yeah,
right.
That's a stupid, silly show. Yeah. And they call that insurrection with no problem.
Yeah.
But you got blacks shooting up cities all across the nation in a 2-day period, 6 mass shootings, single mass shootings, people dead due to random bullets, and all across the nation. But that can't be called an insurrection. In fact, you got a lot of blacks that are on these YouTube streets that wouldn't even say anything other than whites are doing the same thing. These people are fucking crazy. Yeah, these people are crazy, man. Blacks, 70% of blacks are out of their fucking minds, John.
Look at these women, Brave.
Yeah, look at them.
If you just look at them, is there any one of their communities are in disarray? Just look at that. That's disgusting. Just every time you see them.
My son was to shoot up, had a gun on him, and the National Guard had to shoot him, I would ask the National Guard. I'd be more worried about it. The National Guard young man that had to kill another human is okay. And I would assure him, my son was a piece of shit. Don't you worry about it. Don't you lose a bit of sleep. Look at these people. They want the whole fucking world to mourn their fucking idiot that somebody had to kill out of self-defense. That's what they're looking for. And then the news helps them out, of course, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, let's catch them in their most grieving moments. Why?
But look at them, Brave. The look of them, you know, and who's going to have sympathy for women that look like this? It's going to be hard to generate any sympathy for these, you know, very attractive women.
You know what? If those women look like that and the women that look like that in general were well-reasoned, people that were on the side of law and order, I would say look how you want. But you're right, John. You can tell by the way they look, they're looking for a lawsuit. They're looking for Ben Crump to come in on this. And they're looking for Trump to be the villain for putting the National Guard in there.
Well, there you go. And then there's also a behavior that goes with this look, Brave.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We all know the behavior. We've all seen it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's not act like it doesn't exist. But there's a certain level of behavior that goes along with this, right? You know what you're going to hear when you see these fat black women like that.
And TBI agents are now leading the investigation into the shooting. It's at the request of Shelby County District Attorney General Steve Mulroy. His office will review the evidence they collect and decide whether the shooting was legal. Count on Fox 13 to continue tracking this investigation.
And so that was just one of the many cities that you mentioned, Brave. And we're going to go down a list of some of these cities, the 4th of July, and just look at how much mayhem the blacks raise. It is something unbelievable. You know, one of the things I want to show you this, Brave. Look at this. And I probably can't show much of it, but I can show you enough of it for you to get the gist. And here's the video. And the title to this video is "A Black Girl Refused to Drop the Crowbar as She Beats a Female Police Officer with It." Did you hear me?
Yeah, insurrection.
Black girl.
Yes.
Beating a police. No, why you think they didn't shoot her, Bray?
Oh, she didn't have a gun.
A crowbar? You hit a police officer with a crowbar?
It still would. They're probably afraid to. It wasn't a gun, so the blacks in unison would have all said she only had a crowbar. No, I'm telling you, these blacks in this country are now insurrectionists, terrorists.
Brave, I want you to look at this big black bull bent over this police officer and this white woman police officer. You see this is a white woman police officer, Brave?
Yeah, sure. Hello. Could we figure out that white women don't belong as police officers? Dumb bitches. Stay out of it. Stupid white
Man,
bitches.
she might be the police in your hometown, bro.
No, there ain't no police in my fucking hometown. No fucking female police in my home fucking town. These places where I live aren't stupid enough to fall for that shit.
So look at it. I want you to pay attention to the big bull, and I want you to look at the ferocity of her punches.
Yeah, look at it. Attacking the police. That's insurrection, folks. That's insurrection. What did that police officer do? I wonder. What was the accusation? Why were they beating her? What'd she do? Anybody know?
Here's another girl with a crowbar.
Yeah.
Crowbar.
Yeah. They spot a weak. That's what I'm saying. This is why women in police forces, they don't belong there, because they're the weakest link, and these animals can spot it.
Well, these look like these black women could be police officers. Look like some of these black women got some fight enough in them.
That's
to be
what I'm
police.
saying. If they want to do it, fine. But I know white women don't belong there, John. They don't have the muscles. Look at how they're manhandling her. Women are manhandling her like she's no competition. Complete control of her. She's helpless. That white woman could throw the best right hook she has, even if she was trained on how to throw a right hook, and it wouldn't phase that black.
You say it would phase a bird. The big black woman would be phased by the best right hook that white woman could throw.
Wouldn't, no. Unless she landed it square just right on the jaw, and then it would only flinch her. But other than that, if it landed anywhere else, the black woman wouldn't even feel it.
Well, you know, in that sense, then, Brady, one might reason to say, like, we need to kind of change up our self-defense to account for the ferocity of black women. Some of these black women should have to go mano a mano with a man, you know, because they got the size on them. They've been fighting all their life. They shouldn't be able to go to a gun just like a woman should be able to go to a gun, right? If they're able to fight like this.
Yeah, but no, I've always said that a 130-pound weakling male has a right to a gun to protect himself.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. But
so I'm just saying, so it's not a matter of just because they can fight. I'm as mean as a rattlesnake, but you know, when I was carrying a gun, I wasn't. If I didn't need to, things got real serious, I'm not saying I'm a good fighter. I'm going, let me get this thing out here and do this with it.
You know, it's hot here in Washington, D.C., Brave, and I guess the blacks don't have air conditioning. Some of them do not have air conditioning. So this is a grocery store in Washington, D.C. This is the blacks again, Brave.
Hold on. What is you doing, bro? Come down. What is y'all doing, man? Bro, what is y'all doing, man? You feel so good. Hi, today. It's a new day. Man, y'all ain't in the meats, bro. Come on, man. Hold on. What is you doing, bro?
Any thoughts on that, Brave? You ever seen anything like that in your grocery store?
No. The whites don't do that shit, John. We just don't do that stuff.
What do you think leads these blacks to do stuff like this?
John,
come in the grocery store looking like that.
They don't know the definition of the word. I can assure you. They don't know what the fuck they're even doing other than behaving animalistic in an animalistic manner. John, they're insurrectionists.
Yeah.
Everything about this country they have to tear down and mock, and even though it's the very country that feeds them and gives them and dabs and wipes their asses for them, they're still tearing down the country that feeds them. These people are fucking retarded. Our word, they're low IQ, severe.
Could you even imagine seeing something like this, Brave, in your neighborhood?
No, because nobody would put up with it. White people would say, why is your white ass all over people's food with your dirty clothes and everything else? And the store would have to, by rights, throw all that food away due to contamination from who knows where they were at.
Well, the food is in packaging, bro.
It doesn't matter. It's still it's what is happening is the frost and the body heat is creating a melting process that is going to trap the bacteria that would be coming off of their skin and their clothes.
Yeah, God damn, I forgot about that, Brave. Goddamn, that's disgusting, though, ain't it, Brave?
That's what I say. That's why I say for blacks to defend blacks, there's no 70% of black Americans are fucking psychopaths, man. They're out of their fucking mind.
You know, Brave, I was up on DJ Izzy Band's panel yesterday, and is this guy, Coach Ferg, he's mildly retarded. And he's like, most black people are doing well. They really believe that they're doing well here in America.
Mm-hmm.
They don't think that, that no one wants to be around them. Like, it is really unbelievable, Brave, that these people don't know how
what
other
they're
people.
doing, John, is this is why I went to the 70% 4 years ago. What they're doing is they're taking the people that are actually not directly causing the problem, and they're going, those are fine, upstanding people, rather than those are not fine, upstanding people if those people are defending what you just saw in this video.
Yeah.
And that's what they're doing. So they think that everybody's fucking stupid or mildly retarded like they are, and don't understand that you've got many blacks that are not directly involved in violent crime that defend it. So therefore, no, most blacks aren't doing very well. Even if they're being propped up by the system, fed and housed and employed as DEI, they're not doing very well because it's their mindset that is destroying the American culture.
Money is not the solution to the black
No,
problem.
it is not, and it's not the measure of doing well.
Yeah,
what you think and how you behave and what you say is, are most black people doing well? No, they're not. They're not.
I would say, Brady, here's my measure. If people don't mind you moving in their neighborhood, or and even better measure is if people are moving in your neighborhood. If Asians want to move around you, you're winning. If the Hispanics and the whites want to move around you, you're probably doing well for yourself. It doesn't matter financially. If they, if you can create an environment where people want to live around you, and that's not necessarily wealthy, right? Because people don't have a problem living around these poor ass Hispanics up here.
No,
a lot of poor Hispanics here. They don't have a problem with it, Brady.
I told you, John, I got pictures. I'm going to give you addresses and you can Google them and then go up and down, do the street scrapes. You can see $500,000 homes, and right across the streets, a motherfucker won't fucking some white trash is too goddamn lazy to mow their yard, but nobody bothers because that white trash, even though they're lazy, they don't bother anybody.
Yeah.
Their kids aren't in school tearing up schools. That when they take their kids to the store, their kids behave. Their kids in the neighborhood behave.
Brave, I was telling you this morning on the phone, a buddy of mine, he went down to U Street. MLB is in the audience. He knows where U Street is. It's a very popular party area. I actually do street interviews right off of U Street. If you've been watching the channel, you've seen some of the street interviews. Here is the scene on U Street from the other night. It has been basically taken over by blacks. Look at this. This is U Street, bro. This is something U Street. You see the National Guard there, bro?
Yeah.
Insurrectionists.
Yeah, they are.
This is what you're seeing here, Brady. I think I saw a blade on the ground. Look, a blade right there.
Probably.
Look, right there at his head. That's a blade. It's a blade right there.
Yeah. He grabbed it for it.
Yeah, he grabbed it. He grabbed it. It's moved. He moved it. Look. This nigga moved it. Look, there it is. God damn.
Well, at least he got it out of reach. Looks like getting it out of reach more than going to use it.
What if the National Guard took that as, he about to use the damn thing and shot him? I mean, like, again, this is insurrectionist-like behavior, and it's all over the place.
It is. It's all across the country. And that's why this isn't crime, folks.
It's not crime.
Way past crime. There's only one group doing it. There's only one group doing this in the streets. 6 mass shootings on July 4th. The last year, the year before, there were 10 mass shootings on July 4th. When was the last time a white went in and did a white did a mass shooting? and that white is either dead, self-killed, or in jail. With the mass shootings that happened, the 6 out of the 6 that happened.
Now, why is that?
No suspects in custody.
But you were telling me early on the phone, Brave, there really is no place for a white man to go out these
No,
shoots.
there's not. When a white does a mass shooting, he knows he's going to go to jail, or he just needs to delete himself because the whites are going to turn him in the minute they find him. He's not going to go sleep on somebody's couch and brag about going after some ops, but shooting 5 other people beside the ops.
Brave, you hear this? Both terrorism and white people.
Yeah, it's like there's not there's people like that think like this. There's nothing you can say to them that makes any sense. That's why they're hopeless insurrectionists themselves. They're gone. They don't understand what's being done to the streets of the culture of this nation.
Let me put a little bit more of this again. This is U Street, Brave. This is used to be a very viable commercial corridor. There were nice restaurants, bars. There was even a restaurant moved down here from New York City called The Smith, and it's located on U Street. And usually when restaurants move from New York.
Same person you got up there in the chat has most mass shootings are white people, he thinks, John. 220 mass shootings so far this year. 220 of them. Well, 60% of them have no suspects in custody. And he thinks it's most of them are done by white people. This fucking guy, this is what I'm saying. I don't know whether they're that stupid. I think it could be a low IQ thing. I really do. I don't even think they're that evil to want to lie that heavy. I think it's they can't process things.
So what's worse though? You have to start to ask yourself again, if this is terrorism, as you're saying, a mass shooting at a school, that's bad. But that's usually a one-off, one every 10 years or so, 15 years.
Well, it's gotten frequently. Let's go one every 3 years.
Is it okay? But what we're seeing all across America from the same demographic, if it was crime to what end? They're not robbing stores for money or food or anything.
What doesn't sink into these people that are saying this stupid shit is the damage that these people are doing to the public realm. See, they can't separate the public realm from domestic because they're not smart enough. They probably really couldn't even define either one of them. So they just think that if whites are doing smoking meth, that's as bad as blacks shooting up a 4th of July event. They can't process the difference. This is why so many blacks that are well-reasoned and whites need to step back and go, look, we got to start realizing that 70% of black Americans can't think for themselves.
Right, look at this comment here from Herbert Metzger.
Who cares which group is worse? Let the common sense folks unite. Fug color, let's work together. How? When you blacks bring these people with you because you're afraid of your black trash, and rightly so. I don't blame you. As a black man, a well-reasoned black man, if I were a well-reasoned black man, I would never confront black thugs. I don't care if I moved into a neighborhood and black thugs followed, I would apologize to the whites and go, I can't say nothing to these people. They'll kill me as quick as they'll delete you. But white trash, you don't have to worry about them deleting you when you confront them. These blacks don't get it. Look at, like, this guy's probably a nice guy, but look at the stupidity of his statement. Let's work together. Why? How can we work together when 70% of your race are deleters, natural born, damn near, or they're apologizing for death and mayhem. Random bullets doesn't matter. There's always excuses for random bullets flying in the public realm.
These children need something to do. They need rec center. They need training.
Yeah.
That's all the excuses. They've been spouting the same line for 30 years now, at least 30 years, Bray. Look at the National Guard, Bray. That's a woman, by the way. Can you tell? Look at that aggressive stance that woman got against that National Guard officer. You see that?
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. Like, how do you deal with women like this?
That's why I would hope that this National Guard shooting would kick off a question of, let's redefine crime now. This is insurrection or terrorism. and do something accordingly, which it won't, because the insurrectionists and the terrorists are being used as a weapon against the greater American culture to keep us off balance, while the global elite do what they want with the natural resources of the planet.
You know what's so interesting here, Brave, is I'm looking at this picture. Our mayor, our incoming mayor, she's against the National Guard being on the streets. So who would be stopping this?
That's what I'm saying.
Who would there be to stop this?
That the mayor, these people. That's why I'm saying that's why when the coach, the mildly retarded coach, says most blacks are this, I'm going, yeah, no, most blacks are nuts. So if most blacks are nuts, that means that the ones that are acting violent are being aided and abetted by the ones that are nuts and supported. So that means most blacks are nuts. They're out of their minds.
Brave, when you look at this black woman, what do you think?
I just hope that guy doesn't hold back because she's a woman and just, knocks her out.
Well, let me ask you a different question. Could you imagine a white sister gal doing this?
No.
Why not?
Because they don't, number one, they're too soft and sweet. Even the fat ones that have some girth about them they don't have muscle. It's all fat. And so white women are not fighters. That's why the world wants them. That's why the white woman is the most sought after. She's an actual female. She's a female, gentle, soft, needs protected, doesn't want to protect. She needs to be protected. It's just the nature of things. No, this woman doesn't fall into any natural categories.
None of that. And and we talked about this quite a bit.
Helpful or needed. Oh God,
you hear that, Barry? What do you think about that comment there, Barry?
It's just, this is what I'm saying, that somewhere we've got to be able to step back and tell the Olivias, shut your fucking mouth and go away. Shut up. The nation as a whole in one voice needs to tell Olivia's, shut up, we're done with it. You're insurrectionists. Crime is not crime, it's terrorism. We want our officials to do things. If it's using the National Guard, so be it. If people have to be deleted, so be it. Shut the fuck up. And when these people show up in chats, they need to be told, regardless trying to prove them wrong, just tell them you're a pathetic, mentally ill piece of human shit. And we're sure you're mildly retarded.
Brave, I got let me play the rest of this video, and I got another one for you coming on. Look at the National Guard.
They're smiling. They're all smiling and shit, man.
There's insurrection here. Why we got the military out on the street?
They don't care about tearing up the fucking public. They don't find any whites that are doing any of this in the streets. Find me six white domestic shootings over the 4th. Were there at least 6 whites that in their house they shot another white person? Maybe. But no, there's no whites shooting up any public places on the 4th of July among the blacks. There's 6 of them, 6 mass shootings on the 4th of July. Mass shootings, folks, meaning 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 were killed or shot or wounded.
Brave, I want to show you something, and I'm trying to get to it. See that picture there, Brave?
Yeah, look at it.
Remember this?
Mm-hmm.
Well, this happened over the weekend. See that?
Yeah. Was she afraid for her life or something? Now, she's never been safer than she's ever been on that bus. That woman has never been. Is that a train or a bus? It's a train.
It's a train.
That woman has never been as safe on that train right now as she is ever. No matter where she used it in the morning, afternoon, daytime, whatever. I don't care if there were all blacks around or all white, whatever. She's never been safer on that train than she is right now sitting in that seat.
But these white men, they got masks and shit on.
And to hear her, she's afraid. That's what I'm saying. Somewhere, the people that are engineering this have to be confronted, and they're not going to be. Don't get me wrong. I know that's not going to happen. But somewhere the nation needs to step back and go, would you blacks please stop it with your distorted, fucking, sick fucking outlooks on circumstances that are occurring in these public spaces.
You know, the Bray, there's another more interesting tweet about this. You know that?
Yeah, what'd she say?
I'll share it with you. This is just one of them.
Yeah.
First, Godspeed to that young woman who found herself in an extraordinary circumstance. And
Godspeed to you with that fucking
when
fake.
I think about what I feel like I've been trying to grapple with and explain for the last 18 months since the election or however long it's been, this photo perfectly captures it.
Yes, it does.
And for me personally, it's the anonymity that strikes me about this photo. And the uniformity, right? Like the outfits or whatever. But I don't know who voted for who in the election that brought all of this about, or even in the last 10 years. And certainly, sure, there are people who have the sticker, have the flag.
Anyway, Brave, this woman right here, the one that was on the train with the white people, the bigger point here being made is that prior to this, she had misbehaved on the train. It turns out this woman, the black woman right there, was reading the room, but not for the reason this commentator offers. She's a crackhead with a rap sheet for indecent exposure, but she pulled herself together when them white nationalists got on that train, and she rode that train civilly. You hear me, Brave? Mm-hmm. It's amazing how well they can behave themselves with the proper incentive. Here is the lady again. This is her. That's her. You understand? You get that?
Yeah, look
That's
at
her being arrested for indecent exposure in Arlington, Virginia, of all places. They have her arrest record here. Here she is, right here. Yeah. But when them white nationalists got on the train with them, as racist as they may be, she wasn't showing her ass on that train. She benefited from them being on there. Wasn't no black picking on her, and everybody else benefited because it was an orderly civil train ride. You see how that works out, Bert?
Yeah, I'm telling you, that should be national poster with the caption: "This woman has never ridden this. Has never been this safe on this train. This woman has never before been this safe on this train.
Nor has she probably ever behaved this well.
Right? The safety part's better because she has no worries at all. And to hear these black people, oh, what are they going to do? Are they going to lynch her? They're going to hang her up on one of them bars and oh, look out. No, she's never been safer in her life would be the caption. I get what you're saying, John, but my fucking caption is what needs to be under that poster. This woman has never been safer on that train ever in her life.
Brave, I think it's time we take a little commercial break for you to take your victory lap. You were right as hell by Johnny Boy.
Yeah. I know, John. I hate to be right about stuff like that, but these old motherfuckers, they don't fool me. John, when I was a young man and I wanted a week off, see, Johnny Boy can't fool me. Johnny Lee can't fool the likes of me because now I never was homeless and I never missed a bill or never missed a mortgage payment or anything. But I guarantee you, if I had wanted a week off, I said, fuck it, I'm out of here because I wanted to do what I wanted to do for a week or maybe two, but I always had the money to do it. But the point is you can't fool me. When the fucking desire to do what the hell you want to do no matter what strikes, it's a strong pull. I get it. And some of you and Johnny Boy, he's got that up to his neck. He just doesn't
want you to bend the knee now, Break. You time for you to bend the knee. He said, you see the comment on the stream.
Who was right? Oh, no? What am I
saying? Are you willing to say that she was right now.
What? I think she's misunderstanding our disagreement. I think you're misunderstanding our disagreement, young lady.
No, she said these white men don't want no damn black woman. You trying to say, well, they will take one.
No.
I think that's what she's talking about.
I know a little more about white men that can get women, my dear, than you do. And I'm telling you, if black women in larger numbers were soft and sweet and just sweethearts and slim, trust me, there would be white men that would put their arm around a black.
But Brave, you're talking about the loser ass white
man. No. God, listen to me. I'm not going to sit here and act like that there's no fucking way that a sweet little soft heart black woman couldn't get a white man. That's crazy to say.
He'd be a loser. He wouldn't be a white man to get women.
No.
Right.
No,
he'd be a loser, a white man.
The problem is the reason it's so far and few and far between is because the white man can get the very best. That doesn't mean that a white man that can get a woman wouldn't be attracted to a little sweetheart, soft, sweet, slim, trim, pretty little black woman. No, she did not win that. She's still very wrong. Where she's thinking, where she's not calculating or processing.
That ain't true, Bray.
What I'm saying is I understand that the little sweet and soft black women are few and far between. See, she's not processing that. I understand that. She's acting like I'm talking about 30%, 40%. No, I'm talking 0.002% of black women. There are white men that can get women that would look at 0.000.
Is that even worth talking about if you're talking about 0.0?
Yes, it is worth talking about. Yes, it is worth talking about because it means that the racism isn't what people are claiming. It's just natural desire, natural destruction of desire between the genders.
Fair enough.
Very important. I'm a psychologist. It's very important.
You're right. Now, you explained yourself.
All right.
I was hoping Latina would come up here. Maybe she can see what we can clear up what she was right and you were wrong here, Brave.
No, she's not considering what I'm saying. She's going by the big general picture. In the big general picture, I agree with her wholeheartedly. I would not call her wrong. But I'm saying there's by far reaching exceptions to that rule. Trust me.
Brave, you saw this picture.
What's that?
And I want you to tell the audience what you think when you see this picture. This is on the train in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, I see an insurrectionist that has no respect for the authority of a civilized nation that wants to have law and order in their streets. And that's why I say that, the National Guard need to be brought in much larger numbers so that to alleviate the pressure upon a municipality to pay pensions and salaries for policemen that they need, bring in the National Guard, and they should be able to have dress codes.
Should they make him put on a shirt?
Yeah, no, pull up your fucking pants and put on a shirt.
Pull up the pants and
Number one, you could prove that he probably doesn't wipe his ass real well because he's an idiot. So he's got his shit-stained underwear in the open, contaminating anything he sets on. All right? So it's just a health hazard to have your underwear, your shit-ass underwear, in the open like that. You can literally say it's unhygienic, and you're not going to fucking go around poisoning up public seating.
Since we have Gloria in the background, I figured I'd put this picture on the screen so you can have your discussion with Gloria, Brave.
Okay.
Hey, hello, Brave.
Hello, Gloria.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Yes.
Oh, be brave. You know it's not true. I mean, it's half true, but not true in general. I'm telling you.
Okay, hold it.
Listen, the whole idea. Okay.
Gloria. I said it's not true. Gloria, I said it's not true in general. You missed what I said. In general, you're correct. I'm saying far-reaching exceptions. There are white men that if you fucking see a little sweetheart, soft, sweet, feminine, cute, petite, black female, they're going to be attracted to her. Now, that's an exception.
Attracted to her. Okay, wait, hold on there. Attracted to her to do what?
Well, attracted to her just attracted to her in general as a little female. In other words,
no. I'm talking about what is the aim of that attraction? To have sex or to marry, take it to the family? What do you think about that? What do you think?
No. By when I say attracted means you at least want to talk to him, and then you're correct, Gloria. And then where does that lead? Where does that lead? And there again, that's what I'm saying. If it was in a larger numbers, there would be more men going, this is a very fine little female. You would see more white men that can get women with black women if the numbers were much larger, but they're not. That's why you never see white men with black women, because the little petite, soft-spoken black female, they don't exist.
Okay, what about this? Be brave. This is my point.
Okay.
White men don't look that way because they have the whole. I'm saying this is true. Be brave. Don't deny it. They have the whole world. It's not because it's not. Wait. Reason number one is not because there is not enough nice black female. It's because white men have the whole world of women. So what's the point?
That's a good point, Gloria. Why would white man look at a black woman when he got the whole world of pretty women at his hand?
Exactly. There you go.
That's why I said the black women that could actually override the ability of the white man that can get women. He's got the whole world at his feet. That's why the black women that's soft, sweet, and petite are so few and far between. They're very low in numbers. There's not many. There's not many that can do it. But occasionally, if it's a complete freak occurrence, it could easily happen if there were more of these black women. But there's just not.
It's just not. It's not. That is not happen. It not happen at all. No, this is just like no. Let's say this white man, whatever white man. Let's say I don't know, a construction worker, like the one I know every day work for my husband or with my husband. Let's say those guys have all kind of women. And they don't. How much they make? I don't know, 70,000 or they have all kind of women. They don't even look. No matter if the black female is skinny, pretty, not pretty, good mommy, nothing. They don't even look at them. I guarantee you, they don't look at them.
Ray, she said, you talking about Spanish men? Are you talking about Spanish men?
No. I'm talking about American men.
She's an American. I'm talking about, but you talking about Hispanic men?
Men that can get women. White men that can get women. Gloria's talking about, correct, Gloria?
I'm telling you, white men, American white men, even the European one, because one of my first boyfriend was from Barcelona. They don't even look. No, be brave. It's like black female, they don't exist only for prostitution or something like that, you know? That's the only thing they think about black women. For like you say, if it's really pretty. Okay, John, what's the name of the actress? Halle Berry?
Halle Berry. Yeah.
How many husbands Halle Berry had? Halle Berry was the most beautiful, in my opinion. What do you think? The most beautiful black woman in the world?
No, not at all. No, I think Emmett Till's mother was a little cutie. Emmett Till's mother, if you look at her when she was a young girl, was a little cutie. I think she was prettier in the face than Halle Berry.
Brady went back 100 years.
No, look.
No, Brave, you're showing your age now. Come on.
No, Gloria, you have to understand you're arguing against something that we're actually in agreement on. Black women that are worth anything they don't exist. I said if they did, I'm telling you, white men would be more open to it than what's given credit to them. It's just that white men that can get women, you're correct. There's no reason to try to scour through the piles of black females that are not unattractive and ratchet. There's no reason to scour through them. We've got the whole world at our fingertips as white men that can get women. There's no reason. You are correct. But the point is it's all I'm saying is it's not completely an impossibility like you're trying to say it is.
And my point to you, that's the last thing, because you were talking about them, how bad they behave. My whole point about is being, this is my observation. I'm a nobody, you know. They behave like that because they don't. This is my opinion, because they don't like each other. If you think how black men and black women, they don't like each other. Black woman their whole life is trying to be with another kind of man, no black men. The hope of their life is to be with white men first, and then all the kind of men. They don't want to be with their own man. That is the reason why.
Well, Gloria, you're preaching to the choir. We all know that.
Oh, you know that? Okay.
We're all quite aware of that.
Well,
yeah.
Okay, well, oh my
It's just
God.
this one in a million currents that I say would happen. You're all upset over it. And I'm saying, no, I'm sorry. There are 1 in a million that this could happen if a black female wanted to be slim, soft, and sweet and petite, and stay in her feminine zone. She could have a better luck at drawing a white man that can get women.
Yeah, but that's okay. But I'm talking about the whole community. Imagine, I'm a Hispanic woman. I don't care.
Gloria, I'm going to say this one more time, and then I'm going to start getting a little annoyed that you keep making me repeat myself.
I'm sorry.
I understand that in general you're correct. I'm saying in general you are very correct. I'm not talking about in general. I'm talking about the far-reaching exception.
No. I'm talking, but you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm sorry. I agree with you. I'm saying that how you fix the community. You don't understand what I'm saying?
Oh, there's no fixing it.
Oh, there is no fixing it.
No, there's no fixing it. No. Because
it's DNA. It's impossible to fix. It's DNA.
Yeah. It's not DNA. It's the
You're
culture.
not gonna make them look different.
Yeah,
right?
It is because DNA. It's what creates the culture. Actually,
no. The culture creates itself after a while. It's the
no. It's impossible to escape your genetics.
Whatever. We'll just disagree. But anyway, so it's just that the culture that is destroying black women, and there's no fixing it because the culture is being too heavily apologized for. So if nobody understands the culture is destroying their young females, there's no way to fix this.
Ma'am, can I ask you a question, ma'am? Why would you promote race mixing anyway? What good comes out of it?
Because to me, Ivan, if a man loves a woman, it's nobody's business who that man loves, or white. If the woman loves a man or the man loves a woman, there's what do you want to do? Make it a law?
Well, the majority of relationships between whites and blacks fail anyway, so it always degrades into conflict.
We're back to the fucking majority. I'm talking about fucking one-off human nature, Ivan. It
is human nature if it's the majority.
Listen to me. Two well-reasoned people that are well-reasoned, doing everything fine in life, and they're of different races, and they want to love each other. That's nobody's business.
Really, and they create confused biracial kids who go against the monoracial people, right? Don't they?
Hang on to it.
Hey, Brady.
Okay, so let us accept the biracials as the burden because we allow two idiots who can't get laid amongst their own race to create these fucking mongrels who are gonna ruin society for us. Yeah, sure, that's great.
If that's the way you want to put it,
a mongrelized society is always doomed to fail. I'm telling you, the worst thing on this planet is race mixing.
It is interesting though, Brady, that from the black to white mixing. That person tends to come out to be like a racial agitator in favor of the blacks.
Yes, because of black culture. not because of the goddamn DNA.
Okay, so how is culture created by who?
Culture is created by the greater civilization at this point that won't enact laws. So
How do
now-
you create a civilization?
Hold it. If you take any low IQ group of people and you say do whatever you want, that group of low IQ people are going to raise hell and cause a lot of problems by nature.
Okay, so how do they escape their genetics then? How do you create a culture without getting DNA into the conversation?
You start by offering them money to get fixed. Here is $50,000. It's cheaper than paying for your offspring. Here's $50,000. Get a tubal ligation or a vasectomy, and you can't make kids. And target the people that shouldn't have kids, and they stick out like sore thumbs. And then with that, you enact laws and enforce the laws that are on the books, and you say no more of this bullshit. That's how you do it. It's not complicated. You people are making this way too complicated. It's just a matter of there's people that are stopping us from doing what needs to be done.
Well, Brave, isn't the people's trying to stop you from doing that? Isn't that the well-educated blacks, the ones who are supposedly the good ones that live in the suburbs? Aren't they the ones bitching and complaining about lack of equality and shit?
Yeah, no. If you want to think that those people have power, you go ahead and think it. I don't know how, if you're that uneducated on the realities of the global spectrum.
Okay, reality is, okay, let's remove once again, we're talking about the invisible corporate machine that controls the world, which we would never agree on who exactly that is, but it doesn't matter. So how do we fix DNA? You can't really fix DNA, can you?
Yes.
DNA is what creates the culture.
Yes,
yeah, these guys on the screen, is it because they grew up without money, or is it because something is missing?
Hold on. Look at Aaron C's comment, Brave.
Brave, if you're signaling towards eugenics, then it's genetic. What I'm saying is...
It is.
Listen to me. What I'm saying is you're stopping the fucking retards from mating. That's what is genetic. That's genetic. But when you got average-minded individuals doing this is culture. This is culture doing that. This is the white culture that's afraid of them, and the black culture that apologizes and says, "Tear Whitey up."
Yeah, but at the same time, you're the one happy because wait a minute. You were happy to point out earlier that the black chick was safe in the train, right? So white people are supposed to be a doormat for their enemies, basically.
What, you think I think that?
No, but you pointed it out as if it's a good thing. I don't want blacks to feel safe. This is the problem. If blacks feel safe around whites, who's going to stop them from infiltrating our spaces and turning everything to shit? How do you stop them legally from getting into white spaces? How? If they're not afraid of us. Without fear.
By whites getting courage and saying we've had enough. How long have I been saying that for 4 years on these streets? How many times?
Yes, and I agree with that, Brave, but again, I agree with that, Brave, by pointing out...
You're coming
that I'm not coming at you. No, wait. It's the headphones. I sound loud because of the headphones. I'm not coming at you at all.
No, I got that. No, what you're saying.
I'm telling you.
What you're saying is you're implying that I'm not in favor of whites getting some courage about themselves as a group and saying, we've had enough of you black fucking retards. We've had enough. It's over. I'm all for it.
Yeah, and what you're seeing on the screen is not because of poverty. It's not because they're oppressed by some racist system or any other thing like that.
John, hold on. John, I'm asking you a question. On these streets, since you've known anybody saying it, when you hear somebody say crime ain't due to poverty, who's the motherfucker you think of that says that?
Yeah, it's Brave. Yeah, I'll give you that, Brave.
What are you trying to say?
I'm telling this to the chat.
Stop, Ivan. What the hell you bringing up who says this is because of poverty? You're
because the niggas in the chat say it. Come on.
Listen to me. You brought up this is not about poverty. Who are you telling that to? Like I don't know that?
Hey, let me get
I never said I was talking about you.
No, I know you said it's not for poverty. You said this ain't about poverty, and you're saying it to me as if I'm thinking it's about poverty.
Hey, Brave, Ivan, when you see this, what do you see here?
I see the result of DNA.
Brave.
I see a fucking culture that defends these motherfuckers that won't let the rest of society enact law and order like we could if we had the ability to keep a certain group's hands off of the fucking law and order, keep off the DAs and the prosecutors and the fucking goings on in these fucking black inner cities.
But I'm gonna ask you, why do you think they're attacking this thing right here?
They're attacking anything they get their hands on because it just
particularly this. Why this thing in particular?
What is it? I don't know. What is it?
You don't know what it is.
No, I don't.
Transporting food.
Ivan, you want to tell me what it is?
Food.
Tell me what it is, Ivan.
I mean, it's transporting food. We use it in my city too, but yeah, it's something you order online and get to transported to you, right? As long as it's a short distance.
Inside of that box, that it's like a cooler, probably.
Right.
Right, and Amazon and companies like that are able to roll out these robot-like machines.
It was a food, or if not food, it was just a safe way of transfer. I don't know. No, they're attacking it because they're insurrectionists. I'm telling you, these people are now. It's not crime. It's insurrection. Look at them. What are they crazy? Look, what's the problem here? This is one to tear down a culture, tear down a civilization. That's what they're doing. They're just doing it and manifesting it on this item, but they're saying to everybody around them, we'll fuck you up too.
This is no different than my microwave.
That's right.
Look at the anger they're taking out on this fucking inanimate object, man. These are very angry people. Look at this shit. Look at this anger, man. In some ways, this robot represents basically their replacement.
Regular Douglas says law will be applied to everybody. Remember Cloward Piven. Excuse me, Regular Douglas. Do I look like I'm in favor of list? On Cloward Piven? Like these. You know what? When I call blacks low IQ, I mean it. But sometimes I wonder if a lot of people don't fucking lose their minds temporarily when talking to me, when they don't remember the fucking things I've said for 4 years. Who do you think you're talking to?
We remember, Bray, but you also say some things that are actually contrarian. When you said, when you point out,
you hold it. You can't put one quote next to another quote. Pick one quote of me and take another quote from me and show me where they contradict. You can't do that.
Okay, this is going to be a long. It's going to be a long day.
Myself, do it.
Bray,
okay, this is going to be a long day, but
can you come in on this picture, guys? This is just a stroll through the ghetto here, sights and sounds. She's pregnant, by the way, red bone, pregnant. Single woman that brave out on the streets.
I know it.
Rough sledding out here, boy.
I'm shutting my room down. I gotta.
What do you think about that, Ivan? Well, Brave
I had to close my window and turn on the air conditioner.
Well, the damage is already done. She's pregnant, so she's gonna give birth to a future criminal.
No. This one ain't pregnant right here. The other one was pregnant.
Oh, the other one?
The one in the pink shorts right here, in the white shirt.
Yeah, she's the one who's pregnant, right?
No. The other one was pregnant.
I'm on the phone. I can't see well.
Oh, this one is pregnant. In the orange shorts. She's pregnant. This one is just ugly. Where is she?
Well, the ugly one can't get pregnant, but she probably wants to be.
I bet she has children, and this is what Brave is talking about. I guarantee you she has children.
Oh, I guarantee it. No, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Somebody said she wait on you, Brave. Would you have any use for her, Brave?
That's why with sad I always told my older brother, I said, you know what? I said, let's look at some of these girls. I said, ain't that a shame? Even a couple of old dudes wouldn't even want them to touch him. Even a couple of old men wouldn't want that woman to touch him. Nasty.
And this is, this is what the black man has to look forward to. Like, look at this woman. Jeez.
But just a quick question: is it more common to see someone like her than somebody attractive?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, it is. Yes, it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Gloria, are you listening to me agreeing with?
Yeah. Well, there you go. There you go. There you go.
What? There you go. What? Have I ever said anything?
Oh, I said again, DNA. We go back to the problem with DNA. Bad DNA creates more bad DNA.
No. Okay, physically, I'm not arguing with DNA physically. I never have. Never have. Never have. I argued with it. I've often said that it's a shame and that it's just a fact of life that the black women is left out at the bottom on the beauty, on the genetics of beauty. Got it. I've never said anything different. I'm talking about violent behavior and stupid fucking complete goddamn statements in public is what I'm talking about.
Well, the question is, why would she not be violent? If she can't compete with the rest, why would she not be violent? She has to stand out somehow, right?
There's a lot of very ugly black people, Ivan, that are not violent people.
But Brave, I think though.
Yeah, but the majority actually agree with the violence, don't they? They defend criminals all the time. Yeah. The ugly bitches who are defending Carmelo Anthony, those are some ugly, nasty bitches, right?
Yes.
Yeah, well, there you go. They don't have to commit the violence; they just have to defend it.
I don't know what you're getting at, Ivan. I don't know what you know. We disagree on the DNA, and you're never gonna.
No, it's just part of the conversation. We're not disagreeing here. It's just part of the conversation.
That's what I'm saying. But you're talking to me, and I'm going, hey, look, I don't know what to, I don't know what to tell you.
Brave, I want you to comment on this right here, Brave and Ivan, Gloria. Here it is. Let me see if I can find it here. I have it here. And it was a clip from the other night. Where is it? Jeez. Here it is. What the hell is it?
While hold on.
Ahead.
While you're searching for that, I'm going to make clear in a very calm and gentlemanly voice, folks. I defy anybody that says that I'm contradicting myself to get this position that I stated, put it up against another position, and prove to me my contradictions. Ivan can't, and nobody ever has. I'm very.
Let me just point out. Let me give you an example.
Hold it. I'm consistent to the point of seeming like you can catch me, but the point is you'll never ever see me contradicting a position with another position. I'm way too intelligent for that shit.
Hey, Brave,
I never said you're not intelligent, Brave.
I didn't say that. I didn't accuse you of saying that. What I'm saying is I'm way too intelligent and thought out, way too consistent and well-reasoned to be inconsistent and contradictive with such serious matters of life. You'll never.
Let me give you one example.
Ivan can't do it. Give us an example.
Okay, the one example you said white people are supposed to stand up and tell them to fuck off, right? Yes, How are they supposed to do that if you're actually praising the fact that the black bitch on the train was feeling safe around white nationalists? White nationalists are the ones who are supposed to stand up and tell the niggas stay the fuck away from our areas, right? So if they're feeling safe around white nationalists, why the fuck would they not feel safe to enter your space and ruin your neighborhood and turn it into another ghetto?
That's a good point, Brave. You said
no,
you
it's
don't
not
want
a contradiction. It's not a contradiction.
If the white people, let me tell you, if I was on that train and if somebody was to spit on that bitch and tell her to fuck off, stand up and fuck off, I would have actually applauded him.
Man, you would.
Because that would at least be an example of us standing up and telling them, yeah, get the fuck away from us. We don't want you around us. Right? That would be an example of white people standing up. Because the other side is if they feel safe around us, that means we're a doormat for them. If they feel safe around us, they can do whatever the fuck they want, including ruin your neighborhoods, ruin your towns, ruin your cities, ruin your countries.
Okay.
And Brave doesn't want black people in his neighborhood.
Hold on. There was no contradiction there, folks. Ivan did not disclose a contradiction. No matter what he said, he did not put a position that erased another position. Thank you very much.
Okay, your position of hold on a second. If you're praising the fact that she is safe around white people and at the same time you want white people to stand up and tell these fuckers you shouldn't feel safe around us because we don't want you around.
Wow! I've never said whites shouldn't feel safe around whites or blacks shouldn't feel safe around whites. I've never.
So how do you keep them away? How do you keep them away?
You just let them know verbally and outrightly and in no uncertain terms, we don't want you around us. That's not me.
And they still say we're gonna come around you. They still say we're gonna come around you. When they move next door, you're gonna be the white flag exists for a reason. You're the one who flees.
My point is there's no contradiction here.
Okay, what is white flag then? What is white flag then? Is it you who flees when the blacks move in, or is it the blacks?
That's a good question, Bray. That's a good question. Hey, Bray, good question. Now, hold on, Bray. Why don't you answer what Ivan just asked you there? Who flees, Bray?
What I'm going back to is what I said is that woman, that black woman has never been safer on that train than she is right now around all those white people.
No, that's true. No, that's true.
That's all I said. There's nothing contradictory about that. To anything I've ever said. In fact, it props up everything I've ever said, that white people are the phenomenal ones that can really keep civilization intact and in order, and this proves it. Contradiction.
Okay, here's the problem. You can have an intact civilization, or you can have blacks in your civilization, but you can't have both.
I don't care. My point is I'm not concerned about that. What I'm saying is you didn't provide a contradiction, sir. That's what I'm after. You didn't do it. Nobody can. We can go all over with the discussions, Ivan. You, sir, did not put forth a contradiction where I contradicted myself. Thank you very much. That's what I'm
saying. You and I usually agree like 90% of the time. Come on.
It doesn't matter. When you say I contradict myself, it's on, motherfucker, because I'm way too proud of my face to let somebody say, you're contradicting yourself. You better fucking prove it if you say it, and you haven't.
Okay, the message. Wait a minute. The message you spread earlier was the black chick was safe, but at the same time, white people should keep blacks away. How do you keep them away then? By making them feel safe. Making blacks feel safe is not going to keep them away.
Here's a good example. Here's a good example of what Ivan is saying. The blacks feel free to go anywhere. They come here, don't like what they see, and then they say, we're going to report the channel. They could easily just go to their black ass neighborhood. Sharon Bracey is live.
Yeah.
But they don't go there.
I don't think
they want to go to your neyborhood and change your neighborhood.
We've been too
This is what Ivan is saying. No, this is what Ivan is saying.
I know that. That's
yes, right. John gets it. Yes, exactly.
This is what Ivan is saying. You see this black race and
that doesn't disprove anything I'm saying. What the fuck are you guys? You both out of your fucking minds?
No, I get what you're saying, Ray. But
all right, then.
I think what Ivan is saying is, let me see if I can put a bow on it. What Ivan is saying is that black people. Hold on. What Ivan is saying to me is that white people are making black people feel too comfortable. Hold on, Ray. What Ivan is saying to me, how I'm taking it, is that white people, in their civility, are making blacks so comfortable.
Yes.
That blacks feel comfortable going and live in their neighborhood.
Who's the motherfucker that's been saying it for 4 years louder than any white man you know, John, that white people are pussies and false?
And so Ivan is saying, don't make them feel so comfortable.
Yes, that's all I'm saying.
But, okay, fine. But don't assign it to me like I'm not in agreement.
Well, I think you're not where Ivan is. You don't want to make people feel uncomfortable, like out.
Yes, I do.
Right?
Yes, I do.
Not in the way Ivan. Not in the way Ivan just said.
All right, hold on. I'm not getting credit where I deserve credit. I've been saying for 4 fucking years, if you're a black man and you move into my white neighborhood, check the fuck in. I don't care what your pride or your little ego means. Check in and let us know you're not a fucking animal.
But Ivan is
saying, who the hell says it that well in that fucking outright?
He doesn't even want to check in. But Brady, Ivan is saying he doesn't want to check in.
I don't want him to check in either. I'm saying if, John. What do you think? Oh, wait a minute, John. Have you ever heard me say, golly, I want black people to move in. I just want them to check in. No, I'm pretty sure, John, that I said I don't want black people in my fucking neighborhood because they got some.
Okay, great. Let's take that. That's a good example.
Let me finish. I'll wrap it up. I've never said, oh, I want black people to move around me. Yay. I've never said that, John. So Ivan and I are in agreement. What I'm saying is if they move in, check in. And that means I'm saying, motherfucker, fuck your black feelings. We don't care about political correctness.
Okay.
If you're black and you move in my white neighborhood, check in and let us know you ain't a fucking animal. The fuck more you want from me? To fucking run them out of
Okay,
town?
hold on a second. John, you and maybe somebody in the chat have you ever seen that video where the black guy was recording a Chinese guy when he moved in from Detroit to California or something like that?
No,
And the Chinese guy was standing in front of the house where the black guy moved in, right? And that nigga was saying, yeah, this guy's a racist. He's coming here to harass me and shit. And the Chinese guy actually wanted the black guy to check in with them to let him know that he's civil, he's normal, because they've had problems with our blacks. There was a viral video like this from a few years ago. I don't know if you've seen it. So in that case, if Brave wants the good blacks, quote unquote, to check in, what's going to force them to do it? They're simply going to pull out their phones and start recording and saying, this racist guy is harassing me, just like that black guy did to the Chinese guy. That's what's going to happen. They're going to weaponize their phones and they're going to play victim. That's what's going to happen.
Very good. All right, Ivan. Sometimes I think, I know you're an intelligent person, but why do you think that I really, when I say black should check in, do you really think that I think they're going to do it? God damn!
No, and that's the problem. They should. They should, but how is that going to happen?
I didn't say they're going to do it. I didn't say I have hopes they're going to do it.
God, Brave, we agree. God damn, Brave, we agree. We agree here. We're not in disagreement. The whole point is that solution that you're presenting that should happen, but unfortunately it's not going to, because it's not based on reality. These motherfuckers are going to play victim until the end of times.
That's why
I think you're honestly, I think you going the civil route. You going the civil route about it, Brave, honestly.
No.
And you know that the civil route ain't gonna work. I haven't seen.
Listen, hold it, John. Listen to me, motherfucker. You listen to me, man. I understand that I'm going the civil route, but how many? Did you see me on CTs the other day? He gave me the whole fucking screen, and I said, "Yeah, bring it on, you motherfuckers. Bring it the fuck on. Quit fucking talking about it and be about it." So you see, I get both avenues, John. God damn.
I know.
Have you ever seen a white
Jesus,
man?
Brave, we're not it.
Hold it. What I did on CTs the other day, there's no other white man that did that. No other white man made it that clear for that long of a time. I said, bring it on, you motherfuckers. Fuck all this talking and pissing and moaning. Do what the fuck you got to do. God damn it, do it. There ain't no white man saying it like that. What, you think I don't get both avenues? God damn. Because I talk to the civil route doesn't mean I'm not aware of that in the future there only may be the other route. I get it.
My nigga be brave.
How far is that future, though?
What's that?
How far is that future? You think it's close?
No, I don't, Ivan. I think we're done. There's too many. We live too high on the hog. We're being paid too much hush money to shut up. People are afraid of losing income. People have it made in this country. Everybody, black, all groups everybody has it made. Even the poor in this country have it made. We're a big old nation of fucking hush money. So people won't rock their income or their standard of living to do anything out of the ordinary. So it's not going to happen. I think
here's the thing, Brave. You and I actually agree on a lot on this, and I'm agreeing with you because I've said this before. White people, and the difference between us and the other races, there's a gigantic gap when it comes to in-group preference. We're willing to be individuals and give everybody a chance, unless it's somebody white, because what we do is we take a spot from white people and give it to non-whites all the fucking time, all the time. And that's never reciprocated. So where do we draw the line here? When do we say, hey, you know what? This is too much because we got to stop doing this. We got to prioritize ourselves because this is going to be our doom.
Ivan,
when exactly is that going to happen?
Ivan, I've said for 4 years, it'll happen when whites are sick of it. And right now, they're still not sick of it. Listen to how that's just the way it is. Don't ask me, Ivan. Hell, I'm the one, the fucking white man on these streets for 4 years that have been telling blacks, stay the fuck away from us, would you fucking
Yes,
please?
and I agree. I'm not accusing
so then
you of it. I'm not accusing you of it.
So my point is this. So I get what you're saying, but I'm still saying the other whites ain't tapping into that spirit. And I don't think they will.
Yeah, I agree. They won't. Not anytime soon.
So that's what I'm saying. That's why people say, you're obsessed, Brave. I say, no, I'm not. I'm focused because there's not enough people saying what needs to be said. So I'm focused and I'm having a damn good time saying it. You black motherfucker. Let me say this. Be careful since somebody's wanting to tag you, John. There's a group of you people that are out of your fucking minds. You're sick. You're twisted. You're fucking, and you're making a lot of low IQ children by the hundreds of thousands that the society has to absorb. You human pieces of shit.
Okay, let me bring this question. Maybe John will can answer this better. Do you think that in the Western world, even if we take America specifically as an example, do you think that the blacks have actually moved the goalpost to where everybody lives like you say, they live like gods and comfortable, where the blacks don't just want comfort, they want more than white people, meaning they're not going to stop their degeneracy until they have more than white people, until the moment they control white people's destiny. Do you think they won't stop their bullshit? Meaning to them, no, what I mean is to them, they don't have enough comfort. Their version of comfort has changed. Their version of comfort is, I want more than what white people have.
Well, I think, and this is my opinion, I think, black people do compare themselves to white people. I was talking about this with my friend, and my friend is African. And he was saying to me, man, it really blows my mind to see how poorly blacks are doing here as long as they've been here. This is an African guy. He said, man, like, y'all are below us. And I'm like, yeah, I guess. But the problem is that even you saw it with Johnny Boy. They are measuring themselves by whites, and they see whites living a life of leisure, going out on yachts, so blacks want to have yacht parties, and so on and so forth. They see white people going off to education, they want to go off to education, and so on and so on, even if it may not fit. And that's to me, that's a real serious problem, trying to be something that you're not, and maybe it doesn't even fit you very well.
Exactly.
I give the example. There's so many little small examples that blacks, trying to live around white people, they foreclose on the opportunity to live around other blacks. Every day I tell people, I can hear people walking down the street screaming, hey man, bring me a cigarette out the house. They can't do that in white neighborhoods. I know it sounds trivial to you, but it allows these people to get through their day. And on it goes, if that's black, if blacks have a culture, it's kind of that.
John, you do see them whenever they throw they throw their let's just say their empty beer can on the sidewalk, right? They don't throw it in the trash can, for example. Just small things like that. Mm-hmm. Right. So small things like that turn into big things, because if somebody white was to say, "Hey man, can you pick this up? We don't throw the trash like this around here." And guess what? Now that guy, who are you to talk to me like that, bitch? Now it turns into a race war. Every conflict.
Well, see, here's the thing. Around blacks, they know that they can't say anything to anybody. So what they do is, you'll see a lot of the older blacks will hang a trash bag out in front of their house, like on their gate, to basically say, come on, blacks, if you're in the middle of the block, I know it's not a trash can, you know you're not going to wait till you get to the corner where there is a trash can. Here's a trash bag. If you put it in here, I'll throw it away for you. That's what
because if somebody, let's just say somebody white was to tell him, like I gave you the example, hey man, can you pick up your trash and throw it where it should be? He's gonna turn everything into a race war. Who the fuck are you, cracker, to talk to me like that? So white people in general, like, nobody's sane and logical. Not one reasonable person wants to deal with that shit, especially on regular basis.
Hey, hold on. We gotta come in here, John. Sometimes you have to allow the protagonist on the show. You're so quick.
He means
we let him up, don't we?
No, he means antagonist, first of all.
Well, I know what he means, yeah.
Okay, I know. I'm just saying that just kills me the way blacks slaughter everything. Hey, come on up, buddy. Be the antagonist.
Yeah. But we let them
I will
up.
let you up.
We let them up.
Yes.
You know, if they want to defend what they're saying, you know, if they want to.
Coming up, I'll calm down. I got it all out of my system on a fellow white man.
All right, let's roll through something, Brave. I want to roll through a couple things real quickly, Brave. Look.
Okay, go ahead.
And I don't need to know the answer.
The area that I live in, they're different. All races of people aren't good people within that race. Like, you know, you got some bad apples in black. You got some bad apples in white. You got some, you know, the area that I live in, they're different. They're different nationalities in the area that I live in. But I would say it's predominantly white.
When people say there's bad apples in every race, I want to know where there's 6 mass shootings on July 4th done by white people. I want to know where there are white fireworks events shot up and teen takeovers by white people. I want to know where there are carjackings and mass.
I mean, we know that shit ain't happening. But
no, that's what I'm saying. So I'm just as often as they say that, I get it. I'm just putting that in there.
All right. He talking about meth. He talking about this. But the bigger point,
it ain't even fucking meth. All I'm talking about is just find me where people are shooting up fucking events and the fucking over the weekends. If there's these bad apples in all races, find whites shooting up the country.
All right. But the bigger point though, Brave, is every night he gets up and he talks about white people, but then he go live in a white neighborhood. This is what Ivan's saying.
I get it. I understand it.
You understand?
My point is great. He's a fool.
Why is that great?
What I'm saying is great. We're proving he's a fool.
To whom?
To anybody that's got brains.
Ivan, what do you think?
No, you understood exactly what I meant, John. Like, the whole point is, why would you allow this fucker to be in your white community to begin with?
This is the same man they say he want to live around Carmelo Anthony. So if he was a landlord in your neighborhood, he rent to Carmelo Anthony. So now you got Carmelo in your neighborhood.
Okay, hold on a minute.
Exactly.
Hold on. We're going to have to get real with Ivan here. Okay, Ivan, you got your big boy boots on because you're a grown man and I know you're a rough and tumble motherfucker. Motherfucker, if you were in America and you lived in an all-white area, you ain't doing shit when a black man moves in. Who are you fucking shitting?
First of all, okay, so you mean to tell me that if you cannot...
that one, didn't you?
No, hold on. I'll give you this example then. I'll give you this example then. If I was in America, number one, I would actually be surrounded by Eastern Europeans. I wouldn't be with the regular whites from America because I know it's actually easier to galvanize them to stand up to the black. I will knock on a door I will knock on his house, and I'll be surrounded by a bunch of Eastern Europeans behind me, and I'll tell them, if you don't get the fuck out of here, we're gonna burn your house down. Don't bother calling the cops because they're gonna be on our side. So what do you think's gonna happen then?
That's what you're doing is you're living in a make-believe world, and that's not gonna happen.
It's not going to happen it's not going to happen in America, maybe in this question. But again,
Ivan, I said if you were here in an all-white area, you wouldn't do shit.
And I'm telling you, the white area that I would go to would not be where the Anglos are at, because the Anglos have been too brainwashed to be soft when the blacks show up. That's the problem. I would be surrounded by my fellow Eastern Europeans, and I would galvanize them to keep the shit for ourselves and not include the blacks or the brownoids. That's the whole point.
It's bad behavior freezing. Yeah, I asked him, like, I don't know if I tend to side with Brave here. I think you tried it, boy. You be
Brave. I'm on Discord. I'm on Discord with white guys from America who have the same beliefs and same mindset as me. They tell me what the issues are. They can't seem to galvanize any of the Anglos because a lot of the Anglos have been brainwashed to be on the side of blacks, knowing that it's to their own detriment.
But now that part, I'll side with you on that. But I think the other part is, like, we're here on the internet. You're talking this, and then you go on Discord or something like that. the government can really crack down on things like that here in America.
It would fuck him up right.
Right, bro, they have your
Yes, that's the whole thing. Yeah.
It wouldn't even be a fucking 10-minute problem.
Yeah, right, and you know, and particularly as it relates to real estate here in America, discrimination by race against real estate will have your ass in federal prison real quick. So you can't do that. That is one of the handcuffs of whites. Now blacks do it. Al Sharpton has been just recently bought a property in Manhattan, Harlem somewhere, where he bought it from
Wait. Return to the Land. Have you seen Return to the Land, the Ozarks, where the white guys bought land and they put a sign where it says keep the small hats and the blacks and all the non-whites out?
Well, you know,
so once you buy property, once you buy specific land, and it's considered private property, you get to pick who comes in, right?
Well, you know,
so if Return to the Land, the Ozarks is real, so you can also make it real somewhere else. It doesn't have to be isolated in one area. As long as you own the property, as long as you own the landmass, you can choose who comes in, right?
Well, but you can't openly. You can just choose who comes there, but you can't openly discriminate. Like in either direction.
No, those guys do. Those guys do. Return to the Land does.
You really openly say, and there probably are some loopholes in the law.
As long as the land stays in
here's an example. Here's an example.
The land has to stay in the ownership of one person. That's how that's being done.
Charged with racial discrimination for trying to kick out low-income renters. The U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development says that this happened within an HOA in the town of Providence Village. Now, HUD said that the HOA had rules designed to remove black residents who paid with government subsidies, also known as Section 8 vouchers. Now, the Fair Housing Act makes it illegal for the HOA to deny housing opportunities based on race. HUD's investigation also found black and Hispanic tenants were also harassed online. The charges come after dozens of complaints were filed by landlords, residents, and voucher holders. A hearing date on the case has not been set.
And so you see kind of the
complications. On something like this is what has to happen on something like this. You got HOA being upended by very powerful forces. Stop worrying about the blacks at this time, Whitey, and start getting some courage and start looking at a higher pay grade of who's telling you in your HOA that you got to allow Section 8 in. Because there's one group of fucking people that's doing that too. Deal with them, but you know what's never said? Nobody ever says anything about that group of people. That's why they're getting away with telling HOAs, you don't get to have your basic rights to association. And that's why we're done. We're finished. Nobody will go to the higher pay grade. Who in the fuck is putting these animals upon us?
Brave, I gotta ask you something. Do you still use the same email? Be brave.
No,
and think. No.
It's called. It is called Caucasoid with a Z because
somebody put it in the chat for Brave. Somebody put it in the chat for him.
Caucasoid trash. Simple. Caucasoid trash at gmail.com, Ivan.
Okay, I'm in Croatia on vacation right now, but once I get back to my hotel room, my tablet is there. I'll just send you some stuff about. You ever heard of Devin Stack on Rumble, the Black Pill channel?
I seen it on Twitter
or on Odyssey.
No.
Look, when I have time, because I'm on vacation right now, but I'm gonna send you some links to Devin Stack and Black Pill on Rumble. He's a white guy from the U.S. who does long discussions about race and stuff, and he kind of has similar points. He kind of has similar opinions to mine, but he can explain this shit from an American perspective better than I do because I'm not in the States right now.
So we kept it off with this. Ivy, you know what's interesting is that blacks are allowed to, and they tried it, building a black-only place in Georgia somewhere. I'm not sure how it worked out, but that's kind of America for you. In that minority groups can do things that white people cannot do. And the punishment, if whites do it, comes from the federal government. And that's very serious. That will temper most people.
Go find a young black teen that has 20 violent priors and find me a young white teen that got away with 20 violent priors before he got nailed.
Yeah, and those
so it's at every level. It's at every level that the double standard exists.
Right. You know, which is a good point. It's a good jumping off point. So before I get into this, I want to share this with you. You remember the lady that shot the man in Walmart?
Yes.
Anyone remember that?
Yes.
Well, guess who's going to be in charge of deciding if she goes to trial, if she gets prosecuted?
Oh, no, a black judge?
Black prosecutor. Remember, prosecutors are the ones that decide if you get charged.
He's free as a bird.
Harold F. Pryor is the first black attorney, state attorney in Broward, and the first black man to be elected state attorney in Florida. His mission is to make our community safer while working to ensure what, Brave? Justice, equity, and fairness for everybody affected by the criminal justice. That means the criminals. You understand the language here, Brave?
Yeah.
You understand what you're hearing?
Look who put him in, by the way, folks. I guarantee you who put him in.
He's a sixth-generation Floridian married to an attorney, and they had 2 young children, Carmelo Anthony's in the making. He has a degree in political science, multicultural scholar of the year. Student government has worked.
Damn. That is the most made-up shit I've heard in my life.
He graduated from Nova Southeastern University's Shepherd Broad College of Law, where he was a member of the Nova Trial Association, junior staff editor for the International Law Students Association Journal. His law classmates chose him to deliver the graduation commencement address. His prior experience includes as a prosecutor, civil attorney, in private practice, and a corporate lawyer. He started his legal career starting as a Broward assistant state's attorney. Prosecutor, he was a prosecutor. Now remember, the blacks like Freezy are criticizing prosecutors. But most defense attorneys start out as prosecutors, but they're criticizing Carmelo Anthony's.
They may have brought him in, John, because they know they're going to have to charge her, and this will lessen the heartaches.
Well, he's been here before her. He's elected. He's the prosecutor.
Okay.
This is an elected position.
Okay, got that. But I just thought a prosecutor was like, regardless of the region or something like that. So,
look, he believes in compassion for victims. Who does he think is the victim in this case? The black woman or the white man?
The black woman.
Right now, now hold on a minute though. That's not what this article is just saying what he dreams about. We're not don't assign anything to him yet.
Okay. Y'all keep going.
Okay. No, you can keep going all day long. Of course he's gonna have pie in the sky what he wants. The point is let's see if he's got any brains. You know what else is in the police report that nobody's talking about, John?
What?
The white guy blocked a parking space. Not her, but a space. I didn't know that. Yeah. And that woman still squeezed in what was left. In other words, she was going along with the fight right at every step of the way.
Oh. Here's some interesting things from his resume. This is more or less his profile on the Broward County State's Attorney Office page. So this is what he would have wanted reflected about himself. His passions include mentoring young people. We need training and advocating for childhood literacy. He's an active member of the Broward County Bar Association in Florida, Bar, the president, blah, 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 blah. He also served as a member of the Florida Supreme Court's Juvenile Drug Court Guidelines Subcommittee of the Steering Committee on Problem-Solving Courts. Where do you think he came down on this? Where do you think he was oriented? I'm asking you.
It wasn't on the side of lock him up.
Right, he was not on the side of lock him up. He's been recognized as the Florida Bar Young Lawyers Division Government Lawyer of the Year, the Virgil Hawkins, blah, 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 of the National Bar Association Young Lawyer of the Year, the National Bar Association Nation's Best Advocates, 40 under 40, the Zeta Chi chapter of Omega Psi Phi. Do you know what Omega Psi Phi is, Ivan? Brave?
No, I don't know. It's a sorority.
That's a black fraternity.
Yeah,
they brand themselves.
Sorority. Sorry about that. Fraternity.
They brand themselves.
Got it. Yeah.
These are
Divine,
typically
the Divine Nine, one of the Divine Nine.
right. These are typically very, very Democrat organizations, right? The judge that lowered Carmelo's bail, she was a Delta. It's like the sister to this fraternity. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So this is the prosecutor who will be deciding if this woman is going to be charged or not.
If that white man pulled up and blocked a space from, not blocked her, but took up the space and blocked the space from being two cars, turn it in, you know how people take two spaces, turn it in one, and she squeezed in, that means that woman was down for the fight. And then got out of the car with a gun in her hand talking shit. He's going to let her off because of the one little mishap that dumb fucker made facing her while she was backing up.
He is committed to making sensible reforms to our criminal justice system. What do you think those reforms will be, Brave?
He is committed to making sensible reforms to our criminal justice. Leniency. Insane leniency. Mm-hmm. He's very much in favor of you just put a gun in somebody's face and stole their car. Put on a bracelet and go home, don't even need a bail. That's what he's about. This is why I'm saying this is an insurrection. This is not crime anymore, folks. You got insurrectionists on the street levels with guns, and you got the other insurrectionists that are apologizing and making excuses for them. This is a black insurrection of the American. It's
not crime anymore.
No, it's gone past it. It's terrorism and insurrection.
They've seated people that in higher power positions of government that will let them off for their what we call crime. Right?
For the record, in case Ivan's still listening, have you heard any other white people call it insurrection yet, John?
Yeah, you the first, Brave.
I know. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They hear me talking soft because on some areas, and then all of a sudden everything I said previously is out the door.
Brave, here's a guy that is kind of quoting your numbers, but I think he goes a little higher than you, fortunately or unfortunately, Brave. Mm-hmm. This is Dennis. Have you ever heard of Dennis Sperling before?
Yes, I have. Not much, but just lately I'm looking for somebody I'm looking for Andrew Ranaka. I think he's the one that's going to say, look, I think Andrew's going to say the guy pulled up and blocked the space and she still squeezed in. That means she's down for the fight, and then gets out of the car with a gun in her hand talking shit. I'm pretty sure Andrew Ranka can make sense past this prosecutor that's going to let her off. He can point out to where folks there are insurrectionists in our midst now. That this woman got off with this is insurrection behavior.
Yeah, that would be proof. That would be very good proof. Yes. Brave, I want you to listen to this. This is a Dennis Sperling.
17% of black people live below the poverty line. Okay, that means the rest, working, middle class, upper middle class, are rich. That's who I'm talking to. Talk to the 83% of you snooty black people. We are no longer 60% of people below the poverty line like we were in 1965. We're different people. We are not helpless like that. We don't need communism and social. Capitalism has worked for us. Okay? Capitalism has worked for us very well. All this complaining about what we don't have, et cetera, we don't need to do that anymore. We don't need the government. Okay? However, okay, we have a degeneracy problem.
And
I'm not talking about.
Bray. You heard that?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
About just poor black people. I'm not talking about. Hold
it, stop.
I'm talking.
See how they got to throw that in, John?
What?
Okay, he said I'm not just talking about poor black people. Hopefully, when he's taking that word degeneracy, he's going to apply it to the blacks that are not criminal blacks, but he's not. He's got to. This is his whites do it too bullshit.
I don't
Maybe
know,
I'm wrong.
I
Go
haven't
ahead.
heard this video.
We'll see. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
He's been commenting that you blacks are ruining the reputation of your grandchildren.
Yes, he has. Yes, he is.
Right,
so I'm sorry. Maybe I misunderstood. Maybe he was.
I don't know where he's going here, but let's see.
Okay. About people who come from hard circumstances because poverty and degeneracy are not the same thing. I want you to think about that. Our people have been poor for most of the time we've been in this country, and many of our poorest people had dignity and discipline and manners and shame and respect for the elders and respect for family and respect for work and respect for themselves. So you can be poor and still be honorable. You can be poor and still be clean. You can be.
This is what you're saying, right, Brave?
Well, the point is, John, yes, and I have to say I jumped too quick just a minute ago. I thought he was going to go somewhere. Okay, silly me.
I think he's putting it all together, Brave.
I think he's putting it, except he's leaving out when he's talking about poor blacks that have been dignified. This is where what I'm saying now, that this is what needs to come out. It ain't about used to be. White trash are still dignified, upstanding, civil people.
Yeah.
That's what he needs to be saying right here.
Well, I don't.
You won't. I don't expect him to, but that would be so valuable if he would include that in with what he's saying.
Well, put me in his shoes, Brave. I can't speak for white people. I don't know. Like, other than after talking to you, I can probably give, some secondhand.
Anybody can see, anybody knows whites aren't doing what blacks are doing because you get around all the whites you want and none of them are crazy, John.
But clearly, I don't think there's a
that's how you make the conclusion.
You can deduce it. No, that's true. No, I don't disagree with you.
That's all I'm saying.
But it's so out of sight, out of
too glaring. I would say if there was a little bit of some gray area, I get what you're saying, but it's too glaring. Whites just aren't causing any problems.
Let me play some more. If people want to hear some more, let's go.
Poor and still have standards. You can be poor and still raise your children with structure. You can be poor and still carry yourself like somebody who understands your conduct affects more than just you. So let's not get cute and pretend this is about class. It's degeneracy. See, degeneracy doesn't have a wealth gap. What am I saying? There are black people with degrees who have degenerate traits. They behave like degenerate. You tell them the truth. You a school teacher and you twerking in the damn Sunday brunch with some mimosa in your hand. Okay? All right? I'm just saying, it's kids around. You got your little chi-chis squished together. You understand what I mean? There are black people with money who behave like lowlifes. And there are black people with titles and platforms and businesses and church positions, political influence and celebrity status and professional licenses who still exhibit that same reckless, vulgar, selfish, destructive, entitled, undisciplined behavior we criticize in the streets. Money does not automatically produce class. A degree from your doesn't automatically produce character. A title doesn't automatically produce discipline. A person can be rich and still be a degenerate. A person can be educated and still be a fool. A person can be famous and still be a liability to people. And that's why the upper echelon of Black America needs to stop pretending that we can separate ourselves from this by whispering, that ain't us. It is us. And when the outside world refuses to make that distinction, we need not to. It is us when our children are judged by the public image created by people we don't know. And it is us when our sons are viewed through the lens of danger before they ever open their mouths. It is us when our daughters are treated as threats before they seen as human. It is us when a police officer, a frightened civilian, or jurors look at a black person and sees every viral fight, every robbery clip, every mall takeover, every crime video, every vulgar public performance, and every image of disorder that has been broadcast to the world. And that's why this connects directly to that Carter v. United States case out of the DC appellate circuit. The reasonable person standard. Once the courts begin, I've
been thinking about this shit. Is he about to go where I've been thinking?
I allowing identity and race and lived experience and perception to enter the analysis of what a reasonable person would believe. Black people better understand the danger.
Okay.
the law may not stop with the reasonable black man doing a police encounter. Somebody is going to try to flip that. Somebody is going to argue that the reasonable white man, somebody's going to say the reasonable white woman, the reasonable police officer, the reasonable immigrant who's looked at these nonstop videos of black people fighting and robbing and looting.
Oh shit! Do you know where he's going with this break?
Well, I would. Sounds like to me he's saying that whites are very well justified in not wanting to be around fucking black people. But I don't know, where's he going?
What he's saying, it sounds like what he's saying. We're gonna listen to more. He's saying, is it there's some court case, DC versus someone, where basically you may say, hey, I saw these videos about black people robbing people, and I exercised my self-defense because of my state of mind around these people. This is what he's saying. Listen, I'm going to replay back. This is very interesting case law. Listen.
Doing a police encounter, somebody is in perception to enter the analysis of what the reasonable person standard.
It's in the DC appellate court.
In every image of disorder that has been broadcast to the world. And that's why this connects directly to that Carter v. United States case out of the DC appellate circuit. The reasonable person standard. Once the courts begin to allow an identity and race and lived experience and perception to enter the analysis of what a reasonable person would believe, black people better understand the danger. Okay? The law may not stop with the reasonable black man doing a police encounter. Somebody is going to try to flip that. Somebody is going to argue that the reasonable white man, somebody's going to say the reasonable white woman, the reasonable police officer, the reasonable immigrant who's looked at these nonstop videos of black people fighting and robbing and looting and attacking and acting wild online. And then the question becomes whether that person's fear of black people was reasonable.
Uh-oh.
You see?
That's very interesting. What do you think about that, Bray?
And that's where this becomes deadly. If a white...
What do you think about that, Bray?
I think it's absolutely true. After a certain point, if one, in other words, stereotypes are earned, as people say, they are. And the problem is with blacks, nobody gets to process stereotypes. You gotta somehow convince yourself that, oh, white people do the same amount of stuff at the same crazy rate. That's what people literally do to themselves, as opposed to saying this group of people are fucking crazy, and they're not allowed. So the point is he's talking nice, but John, what I'm saying is it ain't gonna happen. Because the minute white people start doing that, they're going to be attacked. Not physically, just attacked.
Well, that very well could be true, but if the laws are starting to allow you to say, hey, man, I've been watching videos of these black people online.
I ain't ever going to do. Who in the fuck is making that fucking laws? What laws are you talking about?
This is in the appellate court, what he's talking about. Listen.
Man kills an unarmed black man and says, I was afraid. His lawyer may not say my client is racist. He'll dress it up. He'll say, my client had these lived experiences. My client saw every episode of First 48. He looked at all the videos on Instagram. My client saw what happened in America. My client believed he was in danger. My client didn't have time to investigate whether the black man was a lawyer or a doctor or a student or a father or a business owner or a student minding his business. He only had seconds to react. And once that argument reaches the jury, the public image of blackness becomes illegal ammunition. That's the
as if this is ever going to happen. Pie in the sky bullshit. Say something a little more goddamn realistic.
No. Break. Hold on. Listen.
I don't care, man. I don't like pie in the sky shit.
Argument reaches the jury, the public image of blackness becomes illegal ammunition. That's the danger.
Bro, what he's saying is, and I think it very well could happen in Carmelo Anthony's case, the public image of blacks is not hardworking, not peaceful, quiet. Most people are sick and tired of these people.
Yes, they are.
Does their reputation, once it goes to the jury, do they get the benefit of the doubt? This is what he's saying.
Yeah,
Right.
they will. It's not going to happen like that. You're not going to have whites being allowed to be any sort of prejudice. Whites are going to have to stick very close to the exact letter of the circumstance. And when he's talking about, well, then he gets to say get to. Ain't no white's going to get to do anything.
Well,
our hands are tied. I get what you're saying, John. God damn it, I get what he's saying. What I'm saying is just pie in the sky, silly shit.
Let me see. He said something about jobs that I think the reputation, will affect you if you're looking for a job and you got a bad reputation. People aren't going to hire you, Brady.
That's fair. That's fair. He's talking about in the court of law, and as far as I think. But was he?
No, I've heard him mention.
Oh no! Oh, that's already there. People are already going, oh yeah, well, we just don't have any openings. Fuck, that's been happening already, man. Shit, are you kidding me?
And this is one of the few guys that I've heard really approach the issue, right? Because I've heard him mention jobs. You don't hear the DJ Hamps of the world. None of these people even thinking that far ahead. Say, damn, well, how is this going to affect us in the job market? Housing.
Danger. The stereotypes walks into the courtroom wearing a suit and calling himself reasonable fear. So the upper echelon of Black America has to stop being soft about this public degeneracy. We have to.
And he's saying what you're saying?
Yes, but the point is, he is saying what I'm saying, but the point is he's not saying it realistically. When he talks about what could happen that will never happen, that's not good. He just needs to stick with the fucking insult.
He's saying that the good blacks need to police the bad blacks. That's what
acting like every standard is oppression. We have to stop acting like every correction is betrayal. We have to stop acting like every criticism of public disorder is respectability politics. Respectability alone won't save us, but the absence of standards will continue to destroy us. There's a difference between loving our people and making excuses for conduct that gets our people harmed and stereotyped and policed and feared and prosecuted and killed. Let me tell you what we need to do. Somebody type solutions. We got money now. That's not the issue. That's not the issue. We're not poor people on the... We need to shame people back into conformity.
Okay,
I want y'all to break out.
You see, I tell you, get the way you are, Bray.
No, I know, but this is a little more earthy. This I can deal with.
Now, how many people criticize you for being rough with Johnny Boy and all that?
It's never ending. Yeah, it's never ending.
You understand?
You shout y'all Twitter fingers. You understand? We need to shame them. You need to roast them like a Thanksgiving Day ham. You hear me? We're not shaming people because they're poor. We're not shaming people because they're struggling. Okay? We're not shaming people because they're doing their best. But we do need to shame this destructive behavior. And anybody who calls you a sellout, a coon, a boule, a wannabe white, for shaming these people for this public lawlessness, for shaming folk for this criminality, for shaming folk for glorification of murder or trying to protect criminals and crooks. You understand? We need to shame this fatherless lifestyle. We need to shame vulgarity, which is being sold to our culture through rap songs or whatever. We need to shame entitlement that was been sold to us as justice. We need to shame all this begging being done and sold to us as politics. We need to shame people who have nothing to offer Black people except grievance, disorder, and excuses. Because the people with the microphone are not always the people building anything. Some of the loudest voices are not building schools and banks and businesses and families and churches and farms and trade programs and law firms and medical networks and media institutions of political power. They're building followings of Black pain. Look at the internet right now. If you get on the internet and lie to people and tell them what they want to hear and tell them they're oppressed, they will follow you by the million. That's why I ain't got but 100,000.
Yeah, but that's enough for him. He's saying that the blacks need to shame their low class.
That's all that's left. Yeah, that's all that's left because the courts are going to continue to let the animals back out on the streets with and lower offenses and with repeat offenses. No matter how serious, they're going to put the animals out on the street because this is what I'm saying. That this is what there comes a time when, folks, even if we can't change it, pretty soon we got to describe what the fuck is going on.
Mm-hmm.
That means there's a group of people that are fucking paying billions of dollars to empower black culture to be as destructive as it is. Blacks don't have billions of dollars. Somebody's putting that cash in where it needs to be put to bring about circumstances that need to be brought about so as to create a black culture that is destructive. Nobody's talking about them people in any numbers. And that's all I'm saying. That's why it's, to me, after a while, it's like he even brought it up. Who's doing what? Well, did he say who's doing what?
Mm-hmm.
No, he couldn't.
What do you mean? Who's doing?
He didn't talk about who's letting the criminals back out on the street. He didn't talk about who's enabling people with huge, vast sums of money to be enabled in silly jerks. He's not talking about who's doing it.
Well, this was a 10-minute clip. I'm
I
sure
know,
you
John, I get what you're saying, John. What I'm saying is, John, I don't expect him to. What I'm saying, John, is until we really get down to the brass tacks of who in the fuck is engineering this into existence, we can just keep pissing in the wind. It's called engineering into existence. This is social engineering. He said nothing about social engineering. I'm just tired of hearing people talk around that reality. It's like
I don't disagree.
There's a 8-year-old kid that keeps burning down houses. So we're just going to chase that 8-year-old kid around saying, stop it, stop it, stop it. Let's go get the fucking dad.
This is right here in DC, Brave. And we'll end it on this one. Well, I got a phone call to make, but we'll end the stream on the Brave and John segment on this one. Listen to this, Brave.
On deck, and they will have ambulances on standby.
New and Southwest. Officials there say it's at the time the church was having a stop the violence.
Listen to this. Can you hear it, Brave?
Ringing out at peace.
Okay, yeah.
Hold on. Listen to this.
And the shooting in the church left 2 men injured in Northeast DC. Shots ringing out at Peace Baptist Church on 18th Street. At the time, the church was having a stop the violence campaign. That's when a pair of men who were affiliated with the church were shot. Those men are expected to recover.
All right, in just a couple of hours.
Hear that?
Any suspects in custody?
No.
That's what I'm saying, John. You know why there's not? Because police don't even fucking have the manpower that they need to pursue the shit. The people won't talk. The police don't have the manpower. And gee, guess who controls the fucking purse strings of this fucking country's judicial system, folks?
Brave, do they have stop the violence campaigns in your neighborhood?
Fuck no, they don't. Nowhere where I've ever been around all white trash, there's never been anything close to a stop the violence section.
You don't need no stop the violence.
No, stop the violence. No, nothing. No, we need more programs for kids. None of that stupid shit. None of it.
Break, I tell you what I'm gonna do with my kids this summer before I let you go.
Yeah, you said I heard you earlier. All I'm saying, John, is like you said, keep them very protected with rubber gloves and things, buddy. Because you're running to the dregs of society, my friend.
Well, what we're gonna do is first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna print up little flyers with little QR codes, and we're gonna go up and down little city blocks in the ghetto, and just
now,
pick
how
up
are you gonna pick up the trash?
I got trash picker uppers. What they call the little trash picker uppers.
Okay.
Right?
And you
I
can
got thousands of
what
trash
I want
pickers.
you to do, John, is what I want you to do, and I bet you're going to do this anyway. Inform your children that when you put your hands in them gloves, that and I would hope that you have bottles of water, not for drinking, but for washing.
Yeah.
And inform your children not to touch their eyes or their mouth or itch anything because of the germs that they could be coming in contact with.
Yeah. And as I say, I got that trash picker up, so they won't have to touch anything physical.
I got
with their
you.
hands.
Still, children get careless. Just you got to inform them.
True.
Yeah, these are some very serious germs, and keep an eye on them. How old are they?
10 and 8.
10 and 8. They can understand. Don't touch your eyes and those because of bacteria.
And they're enthusiastic about doing it. And so, what I want to do is prove that how these people say these children have nothing to do. We need training. We need rec centers to go play basketball and shit in. The city need to come on some programs, play some music for them. I've shown you all these things. In front of the DC Public Library, they got DJs out there spinning music, and the homeless people are just laying about. So I said, well, I'm going to try something productive. I'll pick up trash, put flyers on every house that on the block that we pick up trash. Hey, we cleaned up your neighborhood. We're not charging you anything, but any donation is appreciated. And I think it'll prove a point to my children, not to throw down trash.
Well, not only that, but it's going to prove to them that hopefully don't expect payment for doing good deeds, because you're not.
If they don't get anything or they do get anything, either way it goes, they would have done something valuable, right?
Oh, absolutely. That's all. But just make damn sure that you pick very well, and don't let them get too into too. There are areas that are just toxic because of people that have pissed and shit all over everything. I wouldn't even.
We got it that bad.
No, I know.
You might see a piss bottle, but you ain't gonna see any poop on the corner. So.
Very good. I'm just saying, I got you, John. Yeah, I'm just saying 10 and 8. Yeah, no.
But how many of these 15-year-old blacks? How many blacks are showing standing around the corner?
Oh, I know. Oh, it's amazing. I don't even know how they don't do it naturally. If I would never stand around all litter. If that was my place to stand because I was a bum, I would clean my bum stance up. I just would.
Yeah.
It amazes me that they don't. It's like you stand there every day. Can't you at least just keep this area clean?
Yeah. It is very interesting, Brady.
There's a trash can right over there. You just seen that idiot throw a pop bottle on the ground.
Yeah.
You can't go pick that up?
Yeah, they won't do it. You know, my buddy saw a black dude drop a glass bottle on the ground, similar to what I saw. And he was with his mother. And he said, he thought about telling him, man, you ought to pick that up because it could cut somebody. But he said, I'm with my mother, so I better not. And, that's how the things, perpetuate themselves right there. Just that one example, multiplied over thousands of people,
Oh, that's why I say it. That's why I say what the blacks are doing, and I'm going to get off here and let John let the public, because the public wants to talk to John. But, John, we have to look at this as an insurrection.
Yeah.
Terrorism, insurrection, take your pick, but this has gone past crime. The blacks in America have now been engineered into such a destructive force that this weekend you've had mass shootings, 6 of them in one day. Last year on July 4th, there were 10. There's 220 mass shootings. All over the country, there were shootings where no suspects are in custody, folks. You got to let this sink in before I get off of here. All of these shootings all across the country that happened this weekend, of all of these family situations, no suspects are in custody. That means that all of these people that do this are out just continuously doing it. That means this could be stopped easier than we're thinking, because it's the fucking people that will do it that are let loose that keep doing it. If they would actually round up the people doing it with any real effort, that would lessen the occurrence dramatically. So therefore, there's an insurrection taking place, and the blacks are the operatives, the soldiers. But folks, there's people in high places paying billions of dollars to bring this country down, and you people aren't catching on to it. John, kick ass, bring them up and let them get it off their chest, buddy. Because folks, when John is up here, you got a place to talk a little more real than any place else you want. John, I'll talk to you later, buddy.
My man, be brave.
Woo!
And be brave, John in the morning. What time is it? 2:09. I gotta make a couple phone calls, try to make a little money here. There was one thing I wanted to talk about from a rental standpoint, and I'll see if I have that. New York. It was about New York. It was something rather interesting. I think I sent it to a buddy of mine, so I'll find it that way. Before I call this guy. It's the landlord hour here. Let's see. think this is it. So it is it. All right. Put this on Twitter. All right. Twitter. There's one thing when I was covering the Montgomery rent freeze, I didn't discuss this aspect of it. And this is a very dangerous for the tenants, well, for the landlords. Let me find the exact, yeah. Let me find it. Yeah. Let me blow this up. Here's something that I read that was interesting in the whole Montgomery rent freeze thing. It's going to be very interesting going forward. These people are more or less forming movements within these housing buildings. You've heard them. I've covered how they try to organize against their landlords within the buildings a lot of times, and the landlord will try to prevent them from organizing to address grievances, many of the grievances that the tenants cause themselves. Well, deep down in some of the regulation, people are looking at what the possible loopholes in Montgomery's rent freeze could be, and here is one that is very, very important. For buildings with a mix of rent-stabilized and free market units, often the result of successful deregulation efforts prior to 2019, a different, more insidious risk has emerged. Now, we covered rent-stabilized and free market units. Landlords, if they get a rent-stabilized unit become vacant, they may combine it with another apartment, and now it's a market rate apartment, or they can charge more as a bigger rent-stabilized apartment. Depends on the laws, all these loopholes, policy. Anyway, the subsequent court rulings have created a default rent formula, a punitive framework that can be triggered if a landlord is unable to produce meticulous records justifying the deregulation of a unit. So what they're saying is, for a landlord to deregulate a unit and make it market rate, he has to have meticulous records on renovations and stuff like that for it to become market rate, and he's able to command more in rent. If a tenant successfully challenges the legal status of their apartment and the landlord cannot provide the necessary documentation, the rent can be forcibly reset to the lowest rent of a comparable unit in the building. Here's where it gets very interesting. A coordinated challenge by tenants in a building could, in a realistic worst-case scenario, revert all deregulated units back to regulated status at drastically reduced rents, wiping out a building's net operating income overnight. While most owners maintain sufficient rent records, lenders often are not in direct possession of this documentation, complicating potential foreclosure considerations. This creates binary risk for lenders and investors. And I'll explain later in probably a private video, just a video, but this is a very difficult situation because many tenants in New York City can and will organize. They're in one big building, they all enter the front door together. There are some common areas. And if they were to organize against a landlord that was vulnerable to this, they would basically make the building, uninvestable from a landlord's perspective. Someone says, and that is when people start to burn down buildings. If you really want to know, if you really want to be honest. There's one more example of that. I think this here. Here. Yeah, here it is right here.
And Katie, from the west side to the east side now, there are more apartment problems today, and Euclid residents were given just days to find new places to live after the city condemned 2 apartment buildings. News 5 anchor Tracy Carlos is following through as the deadline came and went today.
Christian Maynor was packing up and moving out.
I had a letter on my door that stated that the city of Euclid has condemned the building and all residents must evacuate by June 30th by 12 p.m.
Charles Ellis has lived in Lakeland Commons for more than 3 years. He got the same notice. When you got that notice, what went through your mind?
I can't say it on TV. But I was pretty shocked.
Ellis is still looking for a place to live. Angela Weaver is moving in with her son. She told me she's had problems since she moved in.
I moved in November. Middle December, my ceiling started leaking. I never had heat. I had a little bit of heat, so I had to use my oven.
The city of Euclid condemned Lakeland Commons and Lakeland Tower, the former Bluestone apartments. Some residents we talked with told me they're not surprised the buildings were condemned.
Got concrete falling from the balcony. The grass has not been cut. The weeds is this high.
The issue's dangerous enough, Crystal Greta with the city of Euclid told me, to condemn the buildings.
There's been some deferred maintenance that reached to that level. So in order for these residents to be healthy and safe, we need them to leave the property. So the condemnation notice was placed on Tuesday.
All residents had to be out of this building, Lakeland Commons, today. Now, the building in the front, Lakeland Tower, it is able to remain open for now. That's because the property owner has filed an appeal. I went to talk to management inside the building today, but I was told they were busy. The city of Euclid is trying to help those who are displaced.
A lot for these families. Have to get this information and figure out a place to stay temporarily.
That's why the city gathered several organizations to help residents, including the Legal Aid Society of Cleveland.
Fire safety concerns, the roof needs to be replaced. So these are big structural repairs that are really putting the tenants in danger.
The Northeast Ohio Coalition for the Homeless is here too, trying to keep residents from becoming homeless.
The effects on education, on public safety, on health, on everything. There are so many downstream effects.
That appeal is expected to be heard in court next month. In Euclid, Tracy Carlos, News 5.
But you know, it's the state of what happens more or less when these people, you know, they're not very good tenants. It's very difficult to rent to them. And once you try to protect them with rent freezes and stuff like that, artificially lower their rent to allow them to stay there, the building just slowly degrades. Ultimately, these people end up being put out of their place to live. And then who would they go to? The government, I guess, for shelters. I didn't get a chance to get B Brady to comment much on Johnny Boy before we make this call. Hopefully this goes there. All right. Cool. Goes there. You guys hearing an echo on your side?
Hey, I'm ready to go. Hey, I'm going today.
What time?
My family. As soon as I go ahead and get my stuff, sir. You still got the place for me?
Yeah. I got a big room
Now,
for you.
I'm ready to go.
What time do you think?
So they said they went to get my dad's death certificate yesterday. And now
Oh, your dad just died?
died on the 12th
Oh,
of
shit.
June.
Oh, shit. Sorry to hear that, man.
And yeah. And I told him I'm ready to get my stuff out of here. But I'm not going there because my sister, anything can happen.
Say
I
what?
don't know what kind of booby traps and shit they got in there. Motherfucker been there ready to shoot me and then say I trespassed it.
What?
Or somebody was already in there. Pick up some bullshit.
What you talking about? Who got a booby trap?
We're not getting. Me and my brother and sister haven't been getting along.
Oh.
So they come up with all kinds of ways since my dad died. Fucking me around, but I don't care anything about fucking around. I just want to get more shit and they know it. So
You got your things in there.
Huh?
You got your things in the house where your dad died.
My things? Yeah.
Yeah, your
I
possessions.
live here.
Oh, you
I
live
live
there.
here.
Yo, you live there. Okay.
But it's time to go. They told me they wanted me to go for a while because they had things to do with their house. And I kind of played around with them. And they serious now. And I made the move with you, which is a blessing. Now it's time to go. I'm not going over there. That would be ludicrous. That's like Michael Jordan playing the Boston Celtics by itself. The 85 Celtics.
You think they will fuck you up? This your brother. This your brother and sister, though.
Of course. Of course.
How old is your sister?
How old is she?
Yeah, like
she old enough to do some fuck shit.
Damn.
Hey, want the key? She already got the key. They told, hello?
Yeah.
They told me to find your place and get the hell out of there.
Damn, y'all must have really fell out.
Now it's time to go and they don't want me to go.
Now they don't want you to go?
Now, it seemed like it, because they said they would be here to watch me get my shit out of here. And now I got this place to get my shit out. Now it's a problem.
You think they're trying to keep your shit?
Not trying to keep it. You know, it's almost like, okay, yeah, they got something for me to do now. Probably want me to sit on it now. But I'm not going to be here and be miserable, because then next thing you know, they'll come back again. It's like, if you ever seen a retarded baby or a retarded person that has to have a caretaker 24/7?
Yeah.
So they play each caretaker against each other. Well, he might tell me, the one told him he could go outside. The other one might say he told him he could cook. Neither one of us told him any of that. But because we thought so, those are the end results. And they usually don't end well for the employee, because the employee listens to the client. But they're the client.
Do they own the house or what? They own the house?
No, my mother owns it, but they kind of got her ran in the ground.
Or your mother ain't in good health?
There you go. And if she's in good health, if she was in good health, she wouldn't just talk to me like a piece of shit.
Oh, that's right. So your mother lived there and she allowing them to put you out?
Man, they took my mother. They're in a 2-bedroom house. Oh no, apartment with 11 people in it.
Right now?
Yes, and she got a house with 2 bedrooms with me and her. But because they need that money, oh man, they're gonna run that in the ground.
What money they need?
Mother getting salary money, and if certain people not working.
Your mama get a check every. You say your mama get a check every month?
Yeah, and she gets her retirement.
Oh, that's why they need that money. Oh, I see what you're saying.
They need that money. And see, I don't have an army like them. And see, because I've cursed and screamed, the people think that I'm lying. So if I walk in there now, even with a key, I might as well I could consider myself dead. Because they could say anything. He owed people some drugs, or he stole something. They could just make up some shit. It don't even have to be true. But as long as they said it, I did it.
Yeah.
And guess what? It kind of makes sense, because if people catch me on the side that they said I'm acting, who you gonna believe? And so it don't matter if I got an MBA. It don't matter if anything good I've done.
Oh, that's right. Because you got an MBA, right?
Huh?
Didn't you say you had an MBA?
I do. I got it from American Intercontinental University. 3.8 grade point average. I have a bachelor's in human resources. I graduated cum laude because of the work. It's about putting in the work like my father taught us to do. It ain't because me or osmosis. It's about hard work, perseverance, and hope. He used to say, if a man with hope is a dangerous man. But that's the times I spent with him, man, when kids didn't have those opportunities. My dad gave them to me.
Yeah, that's important.
And that's what makes me who I am. And yeah, I scream and yell. Sometimes I might get a little emotional. When it comes to tenacity, heart, and determination and will, I'm going to make it happen. So when I get my stuff, and I can get to myself and I can regroup, he ain't got to worry about no house for Joe. I'm going to have the biggest house on the block. Just come on, Tom. Let's go watch Super Bowl in my house. It's coming.
Yeah. All you gotta do is work toward it, man. You'll get there.
I can do anything. I'm built like my father. I'm built tough. Built to last. That's what he used to say.
Yeah.
I don't think that's one's ever changed. I don't need nothing for them. I'm not jealous of them. I don't care what they work toward. But today they got to give it up. My stuff. And if they just say it's not in there, just tell me it's not in there so I can leave. Don't have me sound like an idiot. That would be so. You supposed to do. Wow. Yeah, it's just these soldiers, they be parked, they like ex-Marines or something. You could tell because they had a super fire thing on the truck.
Where you at? You by Navy Yard or something?
No, man, I'm over here by Brookville, the old Walter Reed, when it's the annex, where they used to do.
Oh, the old George. Where the
my
hospital.
mom retired from Walter Reed.
Where the president used to go to the hospital. Up on you on George
She
Avenue.
She retired.
You know, like George Avenue.
No, she retired. Yes, she did. We had a house on Georgia Avenue, 7207 Georgia.
Yeah, I know.
And
See,
that's where I grew up. But they tore those
ground.
houses down
Yeah.
when they moved in here.
Yeah, that's my stomach ground, Petworth.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
7207 is where I grew up.
That way up though. That way, you damn near Silver Spring where you are.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, but as DC, don't dot me to Silver Spring. I'm born in Northwest DC.
You know,
went to Tacoma, went to Shepherd.
You're native.
Huh?
What is it like native? You're native Washingtonian.
Naked? Who's talking
about?
What are you talking about?
You know, you never heard the term native? I'm a native Washingtonian. I'm a Washingtonian.
Yeah, I'm a native. I'm probably one of the last of the giant breed of natives. That was the best time of our lives, huh?
Man, Chocolate City in the 80s and 90s had to be wild as hell. I got here on the tail end of it.
Well, it was.
It had to be wild.
Right now,
Jesus Christ.
let me say something. I could be by bird and go in that junk out of control, talking about I'm gonna get my shit. That ain't what this gonna take is going on. I might have to hit them with the moves they hit me. Then they would have to wind up paying me a lot of money for my stuff.
Are you gonna sue them for the shit?
I could do it. And I have every legal right to do it.
What apartment building they in?
What you mean apartment?
You said they in an apartment, right?
Hey, out Columbia, my brother still has an apartment. My brother's smart. He's gonna always make sure he has a place to stay.
But I'm saying, where's your
intelligent?
But the people where your stuff is in 11 is in an apartment with 11 people, right?
My brother has a place. My sister has been staying with them, with her kids and her family. And he has a family.
Okay.
Now Joseph, they left me here and took my mother with them.
Okay.
Yesterday I was here and I left because I got tired of the harassment. My head is hurting. I'm tired. I haven't been sleeping because every 2 seconds they have made me feel like shit. My mother goes in and on this thing. 1 minute I'm worried about you. The next minute, get away from me. I hate you. You're the worst. You're evil. Then my sister say you're the devil. She say chant it. You're the devil. You're the devil. You're the devil. There you go. The super. So you gonna leave? Yeah, this guy, I'm thinking he's a military guy. I gotta get in there. They sit up here and watch this shit. It's almost like they want me to go in there and see when I go in there. Anything could be in there. Amen. And you can get in from the windows. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. But you gonna have to climb through the window? You gonna have to climb through the window?
Got a key.
Okay.
Say I go in there. And I ain't been in there. I walk my black ass in there. I'm subject to any dumbass thing that could occur. And it would be my fault. You had to think, man, sometimes smart.
Yeah. But what do you think could happen?
Okay, so we haven't been getting along. And let's say if somebody homeless is in there, they can say they what you call it, hoarding, boarding, or whatever.
Somebody homeless in there. What do you say? Somebody homeless in there? Let's say if some.
I'm giving you an example.
Do you think that's possible though? Is it possible that somebody homeless could be in there?
My sister said my nephew was in there watching the house.
Okay.
Let's say I go in the house and my nephew could say anything. I came in there wild, out of control, all that. Because I'm going to close the door. Once the door closed, yeah. Because I used to do security. You go into a place like that in this situation without any kind of extra presence and you just go in, regardless if you got the authority to go in or not, you have to think safety first.
Yeah.
You can't just do something because of an impulse control. In this situation, we have siblings who don't get along. I usually call for disastrous situation. Especially if they're not getting along and they have a certain level of disrespect to their work towards each other. So that's basically saying you don't care about their feelings, they're going to say that you don't care about theirs, and vice versa. You do it, and then something could happen. You got to put self-preservation.
But you don't think they're dangerous or anything, do you?
Of course.
You think they would kill? You think they would? You think they would kill you?
I don't trust their soul, man. Let me say something. Anytime you can harass a person to the point where they can't even go to sleep, anytime you gonna harass your little brother, I'm not their older brother. I'm their younger brother.
You're the younger brother, right? But why do you think they're doing it? Why do you think they're doing it to you? Because you're more successful than them, or what?
I'm not successful because of degree. They brag about the shit more than me. I only been talking about it for a few days because.
But you were working at Waymo. But you were working at Waymo. That's a big ass company. It's a well-known company.
I work for Waymo. I work for the DC government, and when the autonomous vehicle project started, I helped with the pilots. The first pilots, as far as the legislation, all of the rulemaking, the SOPs, the operating procedures.
But that sounds like a good ass. That sounds like a good ass job, though. That sounds like a good ass job.
That was in the beginning. But as I started to figure out the citizens of the city wasn't really accepting to any of the emerging technology. And see, with anything acceptance, you got to figure out ways to try to smooth it into the system in which the city is. You got people who don't understand technology and they don't understand the basics of it. African American seniors possibly don't know how to use a computer, right? So I said, my manager, Stephanie, he said, we have performance review. So one of my performance reviews was community engagement piece for it. So I said, how could I integrate? What can I do? Yeah.
He gave you a what on your performance review? I didn't hear you.
Community engagement was one of the priorities that she had me keep highlights that she was trying to find a way to blend in this technology.
Okay.
So we had a nice white guy named Steve. He welcomed me in on the team very well. But Steve, we had this thing called Open Streets. It's like a open festival.
Yeah, I know about Open Streets. I know about Open Streets.
Steve was explaining about sidewalk robots, man.
Oh yeah.
Talk to him like a piece of trash. He felt bad.
Yeah.
So I said, how can I community engagement way and say, you know what, kids? The kids come home to grandma and aunt. I'm gonna take it to the school. I found schools that were good, but they would be understanding of schools that could actually, the kids had some knowledge of emergency technology that could come into school. We could teach them about EVs, electric vehicles. We teach them about all that stuff.
Yeah.
Have like a lunch and learn. So I'll bring a lunch and learns in there. And it was the first of its kind because no one thought about it in any agency to bring a lunch and learn, a learning event to the school.
Yeah.
And I made surveys for the kids. They were able to use their phones and scan to say, okay, they've been here. They can answer the question off the survey paper. Gave them education and knowledge. And then I said, well, you know what? This could be a pipeline. These Department of Transportation could actually have a pipeline with these kids. And we're going to have to call them students, call them emerging learners or super tech learners, right? So that would give them the ability, right? Your certification for free, Microsoft gives those, right? You have a whole company right now, giving it away. Right? But see, nobody knows how to do it in a conservative way, but it can attract them. You just want something to do. But if you're giving
You're
them
talking about the
something
kids
they
that
can
want
pay
the
doing,
kids that want something to
you
do.
give them something they can get paid doing.
Yeah.
18 years old. Hey, I don't want to go to college,
Yeah.
but I want to fly drone.
Yeah, they need
You
something
know,
to do,
you can make
right?
about
They need something to do.
$250. That realtor right there living in the house, you can hire an 18-year drone pilot to fly around all this property. He can charge him $250 an hour to fly that drone, and he can take aerial pictures of all these properties around here. I'm pretty sure some infrastructure on the top that you can't do. But a kid can do it. You make a joy doing it. And along with that, he's going to help us. Because guess what? Those tractor trailers that we see come up and down the road, they're going to be gone soon. They're going to be here, right? I'm telling you something.
Say that again. Say that again. Say that again. You break it up.
Listen, they're going to stop the. They had a not so complicated mind. And they're set on stopping. The federal doctors set on stopping other drivers from driving those trucks past the end.
Oh, the autonomous truck.
Sleep apnea, all these different issues. So that helps the road. Anything that can free up space on the road, the government likes that.
Yeah.
But the public ones who are like all for the other vehicles. I went to San Francisco and Chinatown. Horrible place, and it's cold in the summer. Couldn't believe it. I like Joe Montana. But anyway, let's another day. Dude, Waymo is like the first innovative emerging tech company that put together these.
Yeah, you tell me about it. You tell me about this shit.
They was giving out free rides for a while in their vehicles. But what it was doing was it was attracting, and they were able to deploy it earliest because they were the ones that thought about the different tools first.
Yeah.
They put it out there. It was experimenting, so they get a stop sign. Sometimes with these vehicles get a stop sign, they wouldn't stop. They go straight through.
Yeah.
As they were learning.
Yeah. Yeah, you telling me about
and
this
they
shit.
were figuring out. So they'll probably be the number one. Wow. I mean, China's trying to compete. No matter of fact, let me go back. China is the leading all the world in autonomous vehicles. One thing I was to give the Republicans, the fact that they've been trying to push that technology for a while, it hasn't really like stuck in. That is their way of greasing the United States. It's through the emerging technology piece. Get the kids involved now, we're unstoppable. But if you play these games like, these children ain't gonna do it, that's their jobs. That's gonna be their jobs to sit at a desk and operate. There's no all that going on in the field. It's about to be it's over. If you can't sit at a desk and can see the information and read it as a data analyst, what are you good for?
Yeah.
And I'm an analyst. And I know brilliance of Wilson Senior High School, H.C. Wilson, and Coolidge. I gave them an opportunity that they didn't know was there. And I think my favorite one was New Beginnings. I got a chance to go in there and see the kids.
What's New Beginnings? What's New Beginnings?
Man, it was more like it's not a jail, but it's a place for kids that did some pretty bad things early.
Oh, they bad kids.
Huh?
Oh, they bad kids.
I ain't bad. They just don't know.
Oh, okay.
Like,
but I mean, they've been in trouble or something.
Yeah, but something like that can retool and reframe their mind in a way that could be positive and could be beneficial for them. See, no one thinks about benefits. They only think about hardships and hard times. They're thinking about things that are not beneficial and conducive to a child. We're not talking about no grown-ass man. We're talking about children make up to 18 instead of kids, even 19 for real. And if you find something that you can do outside of the box, let me say something. The base, they know it can make them 66,000 in the next 2 or 3 years. They just know the basis of that. Some things I don't even know. Rock, you got Copilot. There's so many AI to get into those platforms. You're looking at like if you're not with a board onto that idea that I have. never worry about an employee or new employee because they would just be coming. Yeah. Oh, I'm going to get in this program, in that program, and it just goes step up a ladder. It could be a career ladder thing from middle school all the way up to college, bro. You go all the way into your job. And they can just pick the best of the best all the way down the line. That's what I was trying to do because information is universal. But what better way to get that information about what's getting ready to happen, the exposure is ramp, but from your grandson, your niece, the people you around every day. They're not gonna listen to me. They're gonna say, man, they're gonna say, sir, can you get the hell out? My mother gonna say, get out in my house. I'm gonna bust you upside there.
Hey, I gotta get up, man. I gotta get this room ready. What time you want to get over here and take this, get this room?
And she told me she was gonna get a death certificate for my dad yesterday. Now all of a sudden, there's no death certificate. It was closed. It's almost like they baiting. Dangerous, man. And then my father-in-law trying to play this game where you go back to your wife. My wife is gone. She when you, let me tell you something. You can't run no game on me. You can't sit up there and say today, fuck her, Joe, I'm gonna fuck what I want to fuck. And then tomorrow, my husband, bitch, you can't wake up in fantasy land. I was doing that with her. Don't work that way. Especially when I'm getting the shitty end of the stick.
Yeah.
I've been getting that a lot. And that's by default. And you can't keep loving on somebody that clearly said, fuck you only when the good times are good for me. Then I'll jump on. And guess what? She got every right to do what she want to do. It's just not going to be with me no more.
Yeah.
Hey, it's hurtful. It destroyed me, man. I was going to church, right? Became a minister.
You were a minister? You were a minister?
Yes, licensed. Licensed, sir. Priest. And guess what? The whole time, they sat back and laughed and blew. She was smoking and doing what she wanted to do. And quit. So how you think that makes me feel? Oh, one of her sisters said to me, and it crushed me when I needed you. She says, I don't give a shit. Cry me a river. And these Christian folks, I'm in my heart, I'm like, this could never happen. I said, could. I said, she doesn't look like she would do it. Guess what? What the looks got to do with it? I probably look like Paul President. Yeah, right. I mean, my spirit is broken from always my family. This was total disrespect. Total as a man, as a human. Anytime your family is coming, you're lame. Just lame. Just come in and throw your shit around like you're a rag on there, let people go in it and take it. If I was really cruddy, I could leave here, come back to Lambo, and buzz the damn door and go to haywire and be willing to sell any cause I want. But that would be pointless and I don't be proving nothing to nobody but me. The smart, intelligent way, walk my black ass in there, get my shit and say goodbye.
Yeah.
They don't want it to happen because they want to keep it going.
Yeah, they want to keep it going.
That's drama. Going. That's drama.
You think they like drama?
The narrative is he's this and he's that. Well, I'm just want to go, bro. It's so bad. I got a hotel to sleep and I didn't even sleep because they stressed me out so goddamn bad.
You stayed in a hotel last night?
I stayed in a hotel for like 5-6 days. 5-6 days. That's a lot.
Damn, how much that shit cost? What hotel you stayed in? What hotel you stayed on? New York Avenue somewhere? On New York Avenue somewhere?
Different ones, man. And some days I was eating. I was overeating because I was trying to do something to make myself feel better.
Oh, you were overeating to make yourself feel better? Yeah, damn. Yeah, that's a double whammy.
No, overeating because a motherfucker keeps telling with you all day long. And it's subtle. They're subtle stuff with you. Then they got to come up in your face and say they're doing it. I would be in the room outside the window. I'm not high. I know what I feel. The only reason, listen, that last time I had foot surgery. I had to get this
Hey, you
whole
have to
left
speak
hip.
up a little bit. I can hardly hear you. Talking to the phone.
I got my whole left hip replaced here. Mom, somebody breaking in her truck, or somebody rattling on the door in the back. First, I said, I came up there once. Until I started. I walked around the house like I'm the police. Only to see there was nothing. I did it. Couple more back then, she was there. I said, man, I'm not going up there, man. She's tripping. She's tripping. She's just messing with me. She's out of blue. She fucking with me. So when we was going through, when I was going through what she was going through, wasn't me. Some said, go up there. I went up there. It was one day. And that's when they, around that kind of nerve and crazy. So started therapy sessions in my psychiatric sessions. I did that for my protection. Because if they're going to use that, I have to have a backup to counteract them, which is truthful. Because if I'm going to a doctor, he can evaluate that and he can say yes. Yeah, no.
So you thought they would use your psychiatric treatment against you?
They did. I'll get to that.
They use it against you.
Hold on. So this one particular day, I come up here, they didn't know it. I said, I'm going to come over there, I'm going to go get something to eat. To the table, I said, I did. I said, I'm going to tell her I need to stop. Look for me. Shower. Mother ain't going to be not here. That. Went in there, shower. And I put 200 lines down nowhere. I think I'm not lying. So things was coming out, the steps on the right and going out. Things was coming and ran and looking.
You had to speak into the phone. You had to speak into the phone. I'm having a hard time hearing you.
3 yards, they had no clothes. And the African was standing up. It was so simultaneous. My mother said, well, COVID and check that.
What, are you on a headphone or something? Because I'm having a hard time hearing you.
But I looked out the window, I seen these guys running on the side, on the left side of the house. And I looked, I said, that can't be. No, sir. No, sir.
What was it? You said somebody was running naked?
Yes.
Who was running naked?
I'm trying to tell you. So I'm looking at this shit like, I didn't use no drugs. Am I tripping? Am I just tripping? I seen a guy who like he was looking into another area. And I said, no way, I'm tripping. That day I finished in the shower, I put my clothes on, and I said, man, what is really going on? She said, hold on. Like, what you see? I said, hold on. She said, hey, happen. I said, but you've been saying things that happen now. I kind of, I said, man, oh, you know what? Coming over this motherfucker more. Because now somebody's lying. I know what I saw. I'm not inebriated. There's something wrong.
Oh, she thought you were lying about seeing the naked man.
But she was the same one telling me to come over here, check the house, check the car, she hears things. I ain't think about it. I let it go. So, mind up, we get it, me and my wife got in court, family, all of them, one of the interviews, all the rest of them. Everything's going well. And I started seeing that one night I come out here, I heard some yelling and laughing. I saw some girls in the clothing running through. Here we go again. I'm saying. So then that's when I purpose and sharing this shit down. My psychiatrist said, so I really don't think you're lying.
But what do you go to the psychiatrist for?
Man, you've been told that you're crazy.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I mean, I always dealt with some kind of fight, but that shit was out of control now because they kept saying it. And it was weird shit that I was seeing. I thought, at least I thought, it wasn't weird, it was really happening.
Yeah.
See, my mom had gotten older. My dad was completely sick and he could not figure himself at all. They needed a 24-hour aid service.
Yeah.
And I seen it happen. And like I'm there, I'm seeing this shit, and weird things were happening throughout the weeks. The police was tired of coming up here. Because she kept calling somebody violent.
Oh, the police, they kept calling the police on you?
No, they were calling because he kept saying, she was calling them, talking about people was trying to break in while she's in there.
Oh, damn.
And then when they saw I was here, they were trying to figure out, did I see anything? I told him about that incident. I said sometimes through the night you can hear people, doing all kinds of stuff, and it kind of throws me off because at first I didn't believe her, and now I kind of believe her, but I don't. And they was like, "What makes you believe it?" I said, "Well, the only thing I have as proof in my mind is when I see the two guys."
Damn, damn, man. Hold your thought, man. I gotta call my mother. I got my mother calling. I'll call you right back, all right? Hey, let me know what time you coming. Do you know?
Whenever they come, I gotta come.
But what time? Can you give me a time? Can you give me a time, though? You can't have me waiting on you all day.
The time I would like to be there, 12:34. Trying to get there by 3.
All right.
If not, I gotta go in there. You know what? I'm gonna call the police.
Yeah, but what time you think you gonna make it to me though?
Bro, I got a truck. I got a lot of shit to do to get to you. And the people I call, it's almost like it's a fucking game. Everybody was trusting me. Nobody's willing to help me get there. I will figure it out. If not, I might as well hurt myself, man, because that's what this is. Talking to them. I'm about to call the police to see if I call them, that's when they'll show up. And if they do that, and the police start talking that wild shit, it's almost going to be like they want me to leave. They don't say something like, he can't fit nothing out here. All that type of shit.
Yeah, but look, man, I gotta take this call. My mother calling. I'm gonna call you right back, all right? I'll call you right back. Ponder? Jesus Christ. That man's 45 years old, I think. All this trauma, 45, dysfunction, all this. 45 years old. Amazing. Amazing. Family dysfunction. Jesus Christ. Every day. Ponder, you there? Yes, Ponder's not there. Oh, I'm supposed to call this lady. See how much money she got. Let's see.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail.
That was Nisha right there. She had $300 yesterday. Let's see, at least I can get that $300 out of her for a handful of days. She's having a problem where she lives too. So hopefully she'll call me right back. Let me call her back again. Trying to get this $300 out of the ghetto here. This is how you do it every day. $300 out of the ghetto. Oh, damn. Damn. Yes.
Hello, John, you're done with that?
Oh, one more. Oh, this person. Okay. I had to call him around lunchtime.
That's 45. Yeah.
All right, he'll call me back. What's up, Ponder? What did you think?
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, please. What's your question?
What did you think about that 45-year-old man?
Well, clearly you were entertained. You were entertained. You are the new P.T. Barnum of YouTube. You wanted to entertain yourself with this nonsense. The lies, just, it's BS. It's BS. And everything about this man ties back to what Brave said. This is how they are capable of engaging and committing insurrection. They move in, it's like it's very devilish, and it's even discussed in the Bible. They move in talking, saying all, like they like hypnotize, ramble, babble, so that they overwhelm your senses with their nonsense. And they also say things to make you feel comfortable. Oh, I have an NBA. And of course, touching on that, no, not laws, that guy in your, not laws too, that guy in your chat, they say things to touch on emotion. They really, this is why, you know, this white savior, they really do want to be good to the Negro. I know I'm going to give him a chance. He has an NBA. Oh, he's fantastic. He's great. This is how these people get into white spaces. I cannot tell you, John, since I started working, the number of Black people who scheme, scam, hustle white Christians. From my very first job, the stories I have heard, how they manipulate. They use their children. They're always begging. There's always an excuse. Oh, I just need a little bit of help. Oh, I can't. Oh, my children. I need help for Christmas gifts. I need this. They're always begging, and they rely off white Christians to make it happen. Hell, JP does it too. I have been seeing this for years. And now the thing is, they look at you and that you're a Black man and you have assets. So then they rely on, like, you know, the blackness, the melanin, and you're a Black guy, you have a little something to yourself. So you're going to do it for the culture. You're going to do it because you're Black. And they come in, they will wreak havoc. It's a little bit harder for you because you're John. But they will, I cannot tell you, they will look for easy targets like myself. I've learned hard lessons to stay away from them. I even told Brave a story the last time he was here, what these people do. And what they do, once they partner up with a white person, it's always like a white Christian, a white disabled person. They will then look for another easy target. A lot of times a Black woman who's by herself, who may have a little something for herself, you know, a nice car, the handbag, a little bit of money, someone who looks white acceptable. Someone that can enter, like a white church, enter a white space. That's how they move in, slowly but surely, to wreak havoc. The goal is to get into a white environment so they can start their scheming, their scamming, their hustling every single time.
You know what's interesting, Ponder? You know, Nate the lawyer was in Latino's chat, or maybe on his panel, I can't remember. You remember him, Nate the lawyer?
I know who he is, yeah.
Wasn't he in Latino's chat on the panel?
Yes, he was. Yes, he was. Yeah, he was. He has been in the past.
You know, I've talked about the Black conservatives, how they have this problem. Nate the lawyer, I guess he's kind of Black conservatives. He's more conservative than Democrat, I would say. If you're telling the truth, you're probably more conservative than Democrat. How about that? Anyway, or at least if you're trying to tell the truth, Nate the lawyer covers law. And you want to see a pattern here. Pony, you want to read this?
You see how the racists think. I would have convicted Carmelo. I said Rittenhouse and Zimmerman were justified and not guilty. But because I am Black, these guys say I cannot be reasonable. My race disqualifies me. This is as bad as the left. Racists will be racist on both sides, I guess.
So do you see, now this is the same thing the angry man has said. This is the same thing that has happened to Anthony Brian Logan. There's another one of those conservatives, the Hodge twins, so on and so forth, right? And here's what my thoughts are. Matter of fact, you know who else made this same argument? I want to say it was Andre Williams. Andre Williams, I think that's his name, where he's, you know, he basically said, you know, I agree with Carmelo. The problem with this is Carmelo was guilty. So if you would have convicted Carmelo, then well, you were standing on the facts, not conservatism, anything, the facts. Carmelo was guilty. Rittenhouse clearly was not guilty. You're not breaking ground by saying Rittenhouse was not guilty. Zimmerman was not guilty. Okay, cool. But what about the lady at the Walmart parking lot? This is where he feels like, and what Anger Management says, my race disqualifies me. And here's someone saying this MF right here is exactly why 90% of Black people should never serve on a jury. And so this is Nate, the lawyer, responding about the Black lady at Walmart, where he says it looks like clear self-defense to him. She draws a firearm and retreats. But the part that he doesn't point out is that she got out of the car with the gun. He conveniently overlooks that part and said it looks 100% justified to him. It's very interesting. And I think that's the glass ceiling that Nate finds himself in right there. That the white audience that he probably was building, they don't like his opinion on this this Walmart shooting. And you know, the thing I take from it, Ponder, is right or wrong, it was very unladylike behavior. Would you say that's fair? Ponder may have stepped out. But I think
No, I didn't step out. This is the environment. This is the environment that we all live in. It is very, very violent. This is the environment that we live in. There's enough footage. We'll be able, I mean, this is Walmart. They have footage everywhere, every corner. So it's not even a debate. We're all going to see exactly what happened.
But I think if someone said that, like, I don't think most people can imagine you being in that lady's shoes, because you would have avoided the man. Hell, you would have avoided the woman too. This lady here was willing to engage in conflict with the man. Oh, this is Waynisha right here. Oh no, this is somebody else. Hold on 1 minute, partner. Hello? Yeah, hello?
Yes, hello?
Yeah, you calling about a room for rent?
Yes.
Yeah, I called you back. You said call you around lunchtime. When are you looking to move?
As soon as possible. But if you had rooms available at Petsworth.
Yeah, I have a room available in Petworth.
No, I'm saying that the pets were available.
Oh, what kind of dog you have?
I have cats.
How many cats you have?
3.
3 cats. They're gonna charge you a little bit more for the 3 cats. You clean up after your cats?
Yeah.
I don't want the whole house smelling like piss.
No. Not at all.
How you end up with 3 cats, by the way?
2 of them were brother and sister, and another one somebody had gave to me.
Okay. And let me ask you a couple questions. I knew you said you're working. Where you working right now?
I'm a bartender. I have 2 different jobs.
Where you bartending, by the way?
I bartend at Atlas Brewery and this place called Moss Market.
Oh, I think I heard of Atlas. That's that brew pub, right?
I know it's in Navy Yard.
I'm saying it's like a brew pub, like a brewery.
Right.
Yeah. And you saying what's the other place?
It's called Moss Market.
Where's that? Noma?
No, it's in Capitol Hill.
Oh, okay, cool. All right. They pay you pretty good?
Yeah.
All right. And you say you're looking to move ASAP?
Yes, like within like the next week.
Oh, next week. So it's not ASAP for me. Okay, next week. All right. So look, just give me a call back when you're ready. Closer to the date, and that way, I can tell you what we have available at that time.
Okay, thank you.
All right, sounds good. 3 cats. What in the hell he got 3 cats for? You heard that, partner? 3 cats.
Okay. Yeah, that's okay.
I mean, like,
to begin with that. But
like, why would you have 3 cats, man? Like, well, what is the point of that?
let's.
I mean,
I wanted to
living in a room.
It's gross. That's really gross. What Brave mentioned, there's nowhere else to say but how correct he is, because it is insurrection. These people are anti-society. No one wants to be very honest. And the real question is, how is such an environment allowed where you can exert this level of violence and it's always rationalized?
Yeah, that
It's
is the crazy
always
part.
rationalized. And nothing is going to change.
Hey, partner, hold it down for me for a second. I'll be right back, okay? Hold it down for me.
Okay. Let's see. So not Lowe's. Oh, boy, do I have some things to share with you. Not Lowe's. You need to stay away from these people. So not Lowe's. So you guys are saying my coworker, Leah, who was a young girl going to university to be a teacher, and James, another coworker whose wife is having a baby and who is highly intelligent, are going to rob me. Okay, not Lowe's. So let me break this down for you. These people that you work for, at no time should they ever pour their personal business to you. So you made it clear these are your coworkers. There has to be a very clear respect for boundaries. You don't need to know Leah's personal life. You don't need to know her personal struggles and her obstacles. I'm going to assume maybe Leah is a young Black woman. That's great. She's going to university. She's studying to be a teacher. Super awesome. You don't need to know the ups and downs that she's going through. Maybe she needs you to cover a shift. I don't know the type of work that you do. That's the further extent that you really should go with Leah, outside of actual work, like work production. That's it. You don't need to know these people's personal lives. Even the fact that you know that she's university studying to be a teacher, that's a little bit much. That's a little bit much. I don't know. I'm guessing maybe she told you. I don't know if you asked her personal business. Stop doing that. Like, I don't know why you people cannot just keep things work, surface, you go to work, you leave. There's always this need to keep pouring personal business. It's so inappropriate. This is your job. That's it. You don't need to know people's personal lives and their business. It's getting too much now. And people start pushing boundaries and not respecting boundaries. It's very boomer, by the way. It is all this gossiping, personal business. Just stop all of that. You don't need to know these people. Coworkers having a baby. Okay. I mean, this guy's going to file paternity leave. That's cool. Like, then that's enough. Like, even like baby showers, that's pushing it. Just too much. Just stay surface level. These facts are coming out about that case. What facts about that case? If Praxology, the man who lives down by the river. The only facts we need to know, I don't like all this back and forth debate. Whatever happened at that Walmart parking lot, if that's what you're referring to, we're going to see it on camera. No, we don't need to know everything about Ponder. You all know more than enough. We don't need to know everything about Ponder. No, like I live in a wonderful HOA in the wealthiest zip code in my state. I live by a beautiful lake that is owned, operated, and administrated by the Army Corps of Engineers. What is it? My home is now valued at over $500,000. Ponder works. That's what Ponder does. Ponder works. I don't like people. And most of these people, most of this little chaotic universe people, I would call the sheriff's office if they were ever near my HOA. Don't come where I live. Go away, stay away. You're just nothing but trouble. You do not know how to behave. Do not know how to behave. And I 100%, it's not just these Black people. There is no way they would be able to behave the way they do if there wasn't other white people co-signing their behavior. There are groups of people who are not Black who benefit off the intense and unmitigated destruction that these Black people do. There are people who really want this to continue and to happen. They don't want quiet, productive Black people. There are Black people who are just quiet, who mind their business, go about their day, work out, go home. Not everyone wants to know other people's personal lives. But there's just some who do not know how to leave people alone. And that's why it's so wonderful, the progression we are making towards the future and AI. You're not going to know anything about anyone, and everybody is about to be recorded. Look at what just happened in Walmart. Walmart has excellent security. Excellent, some of the best, because they prosecute all thievery, and they actually follow you to the parking lot and they take a picture of your license plate. They've been doing that since the early 2000s. Walmart, and I'm talking camera lens, the best. So we don't even need to debate about this woman in the Walmart parking lot. We're going to know what happened. We're going to see her pull in, and that guy. I'm going to see exactly what happened. We're going to see what happened if they enter the store. We're going to see each and every lane that they went to. Walmart will even be able to tell you the color of your eye. It's incredible. The footage these people have. They get into your business. If you go to Walmart, they will know everything. They even have camera. They will have video footage of inside your car. This is not like before. I don't need to go back and forth and debate. Now we're entering a time where everyone is going to be recorded. You want to behave. This goes for everyone. You don't know how to leave people alone. We're going to be dealing with you. And nothing is ever deleted. The only matters that really will be deleted will have to do with maybe like OnlyFans. There is a law that they're looking to pass called the right to be forgotten. That will deal only with like SOB, sexually oriented business. So if you are someone who's done OnlyFans, even porn, that type of stuff, you will have justification and reasoning to have your information deleted permanently off the internet. As long as, of course, you are an adult. You're an adult. But everybody else, anything where you engage in transaction, anything where you spend money, anything where you are in communication with another person and you're engaging in transaction money. Because remember, money is speech. The actual transaction of money is speech. That's speech. Many of you do not read. When they were discussing, corporations are people too. When these whole PACs, money, when they were saying money is speech, and you had, what's his name? That's socialist. No, money is not speech. Oh, yes, it is. What they were referring to is not currency in and of itself. It's the transaction of money and currency and the US dollar, which have similarities, but there are differences. Money and currency are not one-to-one. There are some differences, but at the end of the day, it is transaction and it is speech. It is speech. You're engaging in transaction. Therefore, it will be recorded. So all this little behavior that you all like to engage in, many of you do not know how to leave people alone. You really don't know how to leave people alone. They are going to be able to use this grand analytics, which is Palantir. Palantir knows how to process and analyze the data. They are a data collection agency. That's what they really are. They just data collection. TikTok, one of the reasons why the United States had to get TikTok from China is because it's American data. The United States is not going to allow a foreign country like China, of all places, to house data, to data warehouse minor data. TikTok is for these children. The United States and the UK is not just going to allow, you just can't have data, American data in these servers, which essentially are virtualized servers, virtualized all over the world, and the United States doesn't have access. Oh, that's not going to happen. A United States company is going to get TikTok, which already has happened. That's Ellison. Because now the United States has more Americans' data. And what do they do with this data? It's a resource. They're going to analyze it. That's Palantir and even Google to a lesser extent. Y'all, we're living in very, very, very different times. Money is not backed by gold. Technology, you're an idiot. Did you clean your van? No,
how
it's
many
not.
times?
Be quiet. It's not backed
Finny
by
Fish
gold.
says, how many times do you argue with an armed person to the point you walk them in their face? I mean, I agree with you, but I think if you take it out of the court, let them handle that. I've already shown you that the prosecutor is black, so he's going to be pressured to probably not charge her, and definitely not charge her with a severe charge. But it's the lack of femininity. Her whole behavior, waving that gun around, did not seem like how a woman would behave. Would you agree with that point?
John, you live in the hood. This is how these women are going to behave. There's no environment for them to be safe. If men create an environment that is not safe, you're going to have a reaction of women behaving like this. Because who else is going to protect her? She can't rely on men. She cannot even rely on the police. That's not what the police were for. They made that very clear.
But
so now you have a woman driving around with a weapon.
But
and she's going to get off, probably.
But that lack of femininity,
no one cares, John.
Will lead to you looking for a fight.
Really, John?
Most women, like when most people couldn't see you behaving like that, jumping out your car, gun.
I would never go to Walmart. Walmart's gross. I wouldn't.
I mean, if you were there, if it was Target, like the store doesn't matter. If it was Target, most people couldn't see you waving a gun over the damn windshield of the car.
See, this is why women, okay, I'm glad you bring this up. This is why there are a lot of men on these YouTube streets who are very angry at me because I made it clear I moved to a sundown town. And why did I do that? And I have said this multiple times, I moved to the sundown town so I can be a lady, a very pretty girl, so I can wear pretty girl dresses and wave at other women, especially elder women, and just be a lady. That is, and I spent a lot of money to do that. I worked exceptionally hard. I put down over $50,000 to buy a home so that I can be a lady.
Well,
and I can be a lady in a sundown town. And there's no Walmart.
Who would this lady been carrying a gun for?
To protect herself because she doesn't live where I live.
But protect herself from whom? I'm talking about this lady.
Because it's Walmart. Violent, John.
Right, like
it's violent towards women.
When she bought the gun, she probably thought she was protecting herself from Carmelos.
Oh yeah, right? Of course, yeah.
But here she was with the opportunity to use it against a white man, and she didn't hesitate. She jumped right into battle, which is not why she bought the gun.
Oh
right?
yeah,
she could have easily avoided that. Right? She could have easily avoided that.
John, we haven't seen the footage, and John, the fact of the matter is, it's a violent society. Unless you are a woman who is married to a man who will protect you, unless you are a woman who can afford on your own to move into a community that does not tolerate violence, a community where old women, young women with families can easily stroll through. I have said more than enough about certain areas that are clearly safe for women and children. If there is an environment that is not safe for women and children, women are going to protect themselves. The last thing she cares about is being feminine. She's just trying to.
Yeah. Let me ask you this question. Do you think she has children?
I have no idea, probably.
I mean, I know you don't know, but I'm saying, do you think she has children?
John, maybe. I don't know.
Because that would be interesting because, again, if she has children, she's likely, you can see she was taunting the man toward the end. She likely went home that day and told her children she did the right thing. I stood my ground. It's likely what she went home and told her children, if she has children. Would you say that's fair?
John, I don't do hypotheticals. I just know that this woman did not feel safe where she lives. And more than likely, she had the pew because of the Carmelos, because that's number one problem, is the Carmelos. But at that situation, at a Walmart parking lot, that happened. But I'm not going to assume anything because we're going to get the footage. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah,
it's Walmart.
Well, I mean, I think we've seen enough footage. We've seen enough footage of her getting out of the car with the gun drawn.
Okay.
No, that was kind of, swagger of a man drawing a gun.
That's the situation.
You know what I'm saying? Like, or a police officer, man or woman. But a civilian woman getting out the car with a gun drawn, it looked kind of ghetto and shit.
No, John, it's her defending herself because that's just how it is right now. It's violent. What is she supposed to do?
I think if she had gotten out of the, I don't know why she got out of the car, but let's say you're gonna look past that. If the gun had been in her purse, in a holster, maybe, but it just looks so gangster looking. Just
probably.
not befitting a woman.
Who's gonna defend her?
But she may not have needed to defend herself. She may have had an out to not to defend herself. But I'm saying once she did it, right or wrong, indifferent, you have to look at that and say, that's a manly acting woman.
What did Metcalf say? What did Austin say? Austin said, "This is Frisco." He said that because it's Frisco. And then what happened to him a few minutes later? There's no more assumptions. It's just violent.
Yeah,
it's violent.
But
you can't even assume anything anymore.
But I guess in this situation, you're really asking men to look at women in a very different way, at least Black women.
They already do.
Right.
They already do.
But now, you almost codifying it in law.
No, it's already codified in law. It already
Dennis
is.
Furman was talking about.
John, maybe you're like 20, 30 years too late, but the police do not have a duty to like serve and protect. That's not their duty. And that was already established in a court case. I believe happened in the 80s when a woman repeatedly kept calling the police about her violent husband. The police did nothing. And the husband eventually unalived the children and brought the children to the woman unalived. And she sued and nothing happened. And this went to the Supreme Court, that it is not the duty of the police officers. So that is not enough. Women are going to protect themselves. That's just how it is right now. And be damned. She's not trying to look feminine to who? Who are these men she's trying to look feminine to? Are these men creating an environment for her to be feminine? I'm being very serious. Does she live in a zip code where she can be feminine? I do. I can be a pretty girl. I mentioned already I was at a Kroger, and it was an older white woman, and she was walking with her husband. This happened maybe, I think, last year. And then she squeezed my arm, and then she mentioned to me she liked my handbag. I had look at just one of my oldie but goodies, Louis Vuitton. She liked my bag. And I was just like, ma'am, thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, thank you, ma'am. And I did a curtsy. Republican always throws his back at me. And I look cute. I can look cute at Kroger. I can wear 4-inch heels, look adorable. I like to catwalk at Kroger because I can do that where I live. I can chit chat with the older women. The elder women where I live, I just saw her. She grabbed some coffee. She had her diamond studs. And she said hello to me. I can wave to a woman in my car and I get a nice smile and a wave back from an elder woman. And where I live is 95% white because I pay to live there. Like I told you all, I gave Toll House cookies to the sheriff's office. I introduced myself. I did this before Brave mentioned that you have to check in. In a way, I did that. I quote unquote checked in because I saw many of the police officers at the lake. And they would chit chat with me and I was chatting with them. And I told them the HOA that I live in. And many of them knew where I lived. So let me go ahead and bring some cookies. They were so friendly. I want to be a lady. I want to be a pretty girl. I want to look cute. And I had to pay for that. Many women cannot do that. I work in cybersecurity. There are not that many women. If you take the jobs where the money resides, then you can save and work somewhere that will allow you to buy a home. Where I live, I was traveling for work. I had packages in front of my house for over 6 months. My neighbors actually gave a call. They were worried about me. The police were like, are you still out and about? I can just call the police and tell them to just drive. They do. I'm going to be gone. I don't even need to tell them because where I live, I can just leave my packages in front of my house. And of course, the packages do nothing to bother the HOA because I live on 1/3 of an acre. So it doesn't bother the beauty and look of the home. And of course, I'm compliant with HOA. My home is always manicured by the HOA lawn service. The neighbors know who I am. The elder white ladies, I do what they tell me to do, whatever they want me to do. When it comes to voting, HOA, I do what they say because they know everything, the HOA. That's where I live. And yes, I'm Black Karen. And I don't do this to please the white people. I am behaving exactly how I was raised to be. I have learned and gone through enough that the way these nuns, these are Catholic white women, nuns, the way they told me to behave is exactly how I am supposed to behave. And I was quite rebellious in high school. I wore a red sweater one time. They didn't like that. I got in trouble for wearing a red sweater. And it was on Friday, which is Mass. Every Friday we had to go to Mass. I wore a red sweater and I did not have my blazer. I got in trouble because I was not following directions. To many of you public school dropouts, that sounds inconsequential, but not in Catholic school. You do as you are told. I was molded to do what I'm supposed to do. Follow the rules, go to work, be productive, behave yourself. I don't care what people think of, well, yeah, the HOA, I do care what they think about me. I do. Because it's the HOA. I want to be compliant and I want to conform. I live there. It's a benefit to me as well. That's what these Black people don't get. It's not white people coming after you. And that stupid white supremacy, which is anti-white Christian, and that is what it is, fight white supremacy. No, that's Black people fighting white Christians. Oh, and the stories I have how these people scam white Christians. Good Lord. Yes, they do. 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 Because that's what they want. These are anchor babies. These people are anchor babies. And that also includes the Zoloft air captain. He's an anchor baby. These are anchor babies. You want to anchor yourself into another man's society. You don't want to build your own society, but you have so much to say about Black women, but you did not build an environment safe for Black women to be, as someone said in the chat, genteel, which is exactly what I want to be. They don't even like me wearing pants. One of the neighbors got on me for wearing, unless I'm working out, they get that. But I had to be pretty in a floral dress. And they even like the natural hair. I don't even need to flat iron my hair. They like the natural hair with the flowers. I just had to look like sunshine. Be a pretty girl, a pretty polite girl. Look like a lady, but I cannot be a lady if I'm not in a safe area. But if I'm in a zip code that's safe, then I have to follow the rules. And no one needs to tell me how to follow the rules. I know exactly what to do because that's the way I was raised. But many of you want to create these horrible bastard children. Many of you do. You want to continue going to women. You encourage these women. You validate these women with their horrible behavior. And when things don't work out for you, then you go into another, their women, and then you spoil things over there. But of course, it's Black women's fault. But you don't want to build a healthy, safe society for women to be. So now they're going to carry weapons, and now they're firing upon people at a Walmart. So this is where we are right now. Wow. Firing at a Walmart. But the best thing is we don't even need to debate because we're going to see the footage from beginning to end. We really are, from beginning to end. And the funny thing is, she probably, more than likely, she did not even buy that weapon. That weapon isn't even for the guy she shot. It was to protect herself from the Carmelos. That's the gag. It wasn't even for him. It's for the Carmelos who, number one, refuse to behave. They will never leave the tent. They will never leave the tent. You have created an environment so drastic. You are such insurrectionists, which is something I have been saying. It's funny Brave said that too. You now have these women going around. They don't even feel safe at Walmart. They stay on edge that anything they're going to unload. And it will be self-defense. Depending on depending on the state she lives in and their laws regarding 2A, which we know are very protected. Leave our car or not. They're going to be able, someone can make the argument. They're going to be able to make the argument of self-defense. We all know that's what's going to happen. I believe so. And how did it even get there? Why is she even there? Why does she feel that she even needs to carry a weapon? That's what's very interesting. Because she's not she's not out hunting. She's not at the gun range. She's at a Walmart. At a Walmart. Because that is where she has always been, in an environment where she is not safe. She's not safe. So everyone has to go, all Black people have to go into white spaces, including myself. I had to include myself. I live in a sundown town. You had to go in everybody else's space to feel safe. And not just feel safe, have infrastructure, to have actual infrastructure, not just to feel safe, to have actual art, beautiful art, music, a place where literature, where you can teach your children. I'm a philosophy major. I'm a philosophy major and history major and poli-sci. Just that alone, I learned so much about German history. I'm not a drop German anything. Nothing. You learn like 1,000 years German history, including what they did to Rome, just because of what I studied. So what I studied, which has given me which was a huge benefit to me, problem solving, philosophy, problem solving, analytical skills, you by proxy learn about somebody else's culture. But when it comes to my own, no, nothing. How do I learn about my culture? Hip hop, which I do enjoy listening to, but it's hip hop. Oh, of course, and how to do my hair. I worked in Utah. I mentioned that before. I worked in Utah. Not Mormon, God no. But yet had no issues, because that's another society where I can just be a lady. And that's all women want, is just to feel secure. That is what women want first and foremost, to feel secure, to live in an environment where you can walk in the sunshine, where you can walk around in the sunshine and feel safe. Be able to go shop and wear a pretty dress. It sounds so simple, but that's really where it is. I want to be able to walk around with my children and feel safe. I want to be able to walk around and jog and feel safe. I want to be able to walk around with my Doberman or my Yorkshire Terrier and feel safe. I want to be able to be an older woman, do my hair. I live alone. I'm now a widow. I'm an older woman, but I still want to look pretty because I'm still a lady. I'm a woman. I'm a lady. And I want to be able to get my steps in and go walk to the local Whole Foods. Just get outside. I did my hair, I look pretty. I don't want to I just did my hair. I don't want to waste a good look. I want to go outside and show off a little catwalk. I want to go outside and walk to a supermarket. Get some sunshine. As older people say, get the steps in. My neighbors say that. You cannot do that in an unsafe environment. And if you're not going to build this environment, women are going to react. And you're seeing it right now. That also includes feminism. Derelict of duty. If you're not going to be a man and provide security and stability in an environment where women can thrive, you're going to get these situations. And it's only going to happen more and more. Because more than likely that woman, I bet you she's not married. Of course not. She's not married. She may have children out of wedlock, but she's not married. And she's probably been robbed. She probably lives somewhere where she's been robbed. Something bad has happened to her, where she has now responded to now carrying a weapon to protect herself. Women just don't carry weapons just to carry weapons. It is a reaction. It is a consequence of something that has happened to her and has happened to her repeatedly. Therefore, I have to now take responsibility because I cannot depend on anyone else. I will have to use my Second Amendment rights, which is her right, and defend myself. And now look what has happened. Walmart. Speaking about Walmart, the woman who used her child It's real odd. Why would a woman with a small child, that story that happened, I think it was Mississippi, how is she even stealing diapers? How is she even in that situation where she would even have to steal diapers? It's so funny because her family came out of the woodwork to talk about what happened to that baby boy. How is that baby boy how is that child without Pampers? How is that child without Pampers? What family would even allow a young woman and the young woman's baby, to be without Pampers to the point that she's going to Walmart to steal Pampers? How low of a family, how low of a household? This is not society. This is the household. What kind of household is she in? What kind of men are part of her household that would even allow something like that to happen? But when it comes to a camera and a news station, all of you come out, oh my God, it's such a sad, I can't believe it, the baby, the baby, the baby. Where were you when this baby was needing Pampers? When it comes to attention, you all come out when it comes to attention. When it comes to attention, but when it comes to protecting the family, you don't do it. You rely off government, you rely off the benefit of white Christians, and you rely off attention and begging and begging and begging. You can't hustle at these jobs anymore. So Johnny Boy in this BS, this lying that he has an MBA. So this guy, and John was clearly enjoying his time rambling. This guy has an MBA. You're 45 years old. You have an MBA, and you are this downtrodden. First off, he does not have an MBA. He does not. Secondly, there comes to a point where you have schemed, scammed, you have burnt so many bridges that you have nobody else you can target. This is one of the reasons these people go after teenagers. These men and women, they go after teenagers. They look for 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. It's not just men, it's men and women. You will have these women, I'll be your play mommy. I'll be your play mommy. Umar mentioned something when Umar, that character, when he was rationalizing what happened to Carmelo, he said that the boy in the tent, the one that testified and said he does not know Carmelo, Umar said, oh, no, he's lying. He's perjuring himself. He's lying. That is Carmelo's girl, that Hispanic girlfriend, that's the play cousin. Listen to that. So this young kid, a teenager, who said in court that he does not know Carmelo, but then the defense wants to use, oh, well, there's pictures of you and Carmelo. You all are friends. You're friends. So try to force friendship, because of course, everybody you take a picture with, you're friends with them. Everyone. That's very Black anyway. That's a setup, by the way. That's a setup. That's actually a known tactic that they use. It very much is. So they will purposely target you, and they go to young people, because you don't have that defense yet. You're young, you're coming out of high school. You have not lived in the adult world. They know this, and they use it against you as a weapon. They keep pushing themselves to you. They eavesdrop on your conversations. They'll come to you as if they know you. They know so much about you. It's like, and you don't question, how do they know? How do you know so much about me? How do you know my name? They know your schedule because they're following you. They're stalking you. They're gathering data about you. These people are scammers. These people are long con. This is long con. They will target the youth. They'll go to your job. They will go, let's say you work as a cashier, you work as a server, a hostess. You have these little jobs, McDonald's, Taco Bell, jobs that are for teenagers. These people will hang out like Praxology. They will hang out outside of restaurants like Praxology. That last time I was speaking to Praxology, he said that he was in a parking lot outside of a Chili's. Why would you do that? In a van? Because they're looking for people. They're looking for targets. And then they see, oh, this person, they once they find an easy target, they will continue to go there at the same time every day. It doesn't matter how long it takes. They're going to put their hooks inside you. And they look for teenagers. They look for young adults. because you're very, very easy prey. And they know that young adults don't know their rights. They know that young adults are not going to know the police protections that are afforded to them because you just don't know. They don't know. These people are criminals. They know how to work the system. You're 20, 21 years old. You don't know. You're just at your job at Chili's. But they are directly looking to target you. I've read these comments even in other YouTube channels, like how these men, like you're a 40-year-old man, how do you have a 20-year-old? Oh, he's my girlfriend. How did you, like, what? How did you even be in the vicinity? How would you know a 20-year-old at 40? They make it a point to know you. These people hang around colleges. These people will just sneak into dorm rooms. They will sneak into a dorm room and they will look for an easy target. And the easiest target is a college Black girl, easiest target. Either at her job, that's where a lot of Black women go to. They will look for it. Like you're young, you're at your job, you're probably in school, you have your little car, you're paying your car insurance, your car note, you have a little apartment. They'll start asking questions. And either A, you'll give them information, not, just being polite. You just give them information. Or B, you don't want to deal with them. You kind of want to keep boundaries, and then they will attack and harass you. Either way, it's long con. These people are looking, when we're saying insurrection, it's more than just violence. These people are predators to the highest extent, and they look for easy targets. Long con. It's long con. If John did not already know what these people were up to, John knows what this Johnny boy is up to. This is like entertainment for John. But if for another Black person, especially an older Black person who has property, these Black people like Johnny boy, they're easily coming to John. This entire ramble that Johnny boy had for like 20, 30 minutes, it's just how they put their hooks into easy targets. If it wasn't for John, they would be looking for a white Christian. If it wasn't for John, they would be looking for like a 20-year-old Black person who's in college, like a young student. And they start, I have an MBA. Oh, yeah, no, he doesn't. But they play these games to soften, to lower your defense, because they always hope that you look for the good in person. And that's what many people are trained to do, especially Christians. You look for the good. You look to be a good person. You look to be a good person in the world. That is a call for Christians. And these people know that, and they will take advantage. Not only have I seen it happen, it has happened to me, which are some of the worst people in the world. And then when you catch what they do, oh, you're crazy. Oh my God, I'm so scared. They will use the police against you. These are very dangerous people. This is why, if you really want to live in peace, you have to move to a sundown town. You have to get away from them. And yet they still show up. Look what happened with Carmelo. Carmelo, who attended Centennial. You all don't even know Centennial, a school. When you look at certain groups that enter these cities, and it's really only two groups, once they reach a critical mass of this group, the test scores are going to drop and the violence will come. It's not with these Asians. It's not with these Indians. Frisco can tell you, it's been like 20, 25 years with these Asians and these Indians. Property value has not dropped. Test scores have remained strong. And Frisco is West Plano. It's only two groups. You come in and you bring problems. And look what Carmelo did. Carmelo from Baton Rouge. Carmelo, who was first in Irving. Why go to Frisco?
Do you know if they're still living there?
They're
in
gone.
that area?
No, they're gone.
Did they go back to what, Baton Rouge?
So I heard New Orleans, his father to New Orleans.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Because it's racist. It's racist. It's
MFB
racist.
has kept up with it.
Of course it's racist. MFB, oh my gosh. MFB, where are you? Didn't he say he wanted the link? MFB. I swear I saw him said that.
It'll be interesting if they went back to New Orleans when they could have just
Oh,
stayed in the
Jacob
first place,
Arstig. I think
right?
I know who this person is. Jacob Arstig. Hey, Ryan. If you audit, I believe you'll find her. She wasted her money on other things. She probably did. Hey, Regular Dagger. Let me drop this link. I think MFB.
While you drop that, I want to share this with you.
Oh, he did. MFB, come up. MFB, come up.
Let's see if I can find this. I'm looking for this video upon it. I'm gonna pull it up in 1 second. I always have a hard time looking for it, finding what I'm looking for. Okay, I think I found it. I'll start with this one. This is interesting, partner. I put a video out about this. I want you to listen to this. Oh, it's here. Listen to this, partner.
It doesn't sound crazy at all, for real.
$3 million given to your family is like an incredible number.
Yeah.
Shit. Like that's just like, you know,
bro, this is what I'll tell you. I look at it too, like if I sign for 50, when you look at it as a big picture, you say you got $50 million and your parents take 3, does that sound crazy at the time?
No,
it doesn't
really.
sound crazy at all, for real. But if you really think about it, and you know what numbers are, you know what money is, that's a lot of fucking money. And that's at a time when you don't really have $50 million to touch. You have maximum after everything 23, you know what I'm saying? 25. But then like, you know what I'm saying? It really starts to snap into it. But like rookie year, 21 years old. I got 50 million. Big mom and dad, what y'all need? I need 3. Boom, 3 for y'all. I didn't buy y'all crib. You know what I'm saying? Like easy. Like nigga, I got 50. I got easy by my parents just join and do.
So that's the first player. And Paul, there are so many videos like this of football players, basketball players, with no concept of money, walking into millions and millions of dollars. And just blowing the money, just insane ways of spending the money. Let me see. It was Miles Garrett. He told his story. This is it. You know, I did a video about it, but this guy spent millions and millions of dollars. And of the millions of dollars he spent on his first contract, he only gave $10,000 to his church. I mean, this guy spent insane amounts of money on just stupidity. Here it is. Here's the video on it. Listen to this.
Oh, like you get 130 grand. Oh, not used to handling this much money. It was before the draft, before I got picked. I was like, so what's your dream? I was trying to get it out of him. I was like, as soon as this happens, I'm going to do it for him. I mean, he's done so much for me. I'm thinking he's going to pick like a Chevelle or like a old Mustang, maybe an old like Camaro. Like he's a West Coast boy. He's like, yeah, M6 BMW. I'm like, done. Wasn't expecting that, but done. You just see that smile on his face. Let him know that not only did I make it, like we made it. $130,000 for my dad's BMW M6. $2,000 to say an improvement to my mother's wedding ring.
And I'll stop right there. That's the point of the stupidity. His parents had him to pay for his mother's improvement to the wedding ring, BMW, cars, blah, 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 blah. And you know, it's just like, they just see their children as like a meal ticket, a paycheck. To take $3 million from a man who got a $50 million contract, you know, taxes are going to take what, about half of that? And then that means that you got about 10% of his, you know, net after tax. And he bought you a house. Is it any wonder how these men are going, these players are going broke, being bullied by their mothers, seemingly, and the dad's going along with it, for large chunks of their wealth early on in their careers when they could get hurt or anything and the money would just drop immediately. Anyway, I just found it to be very interesting for me. What did you think?
It kind of touches on like that son husband phenomenon.
Yeah.
You're unable to like create a household. You don't have a household. You don't, because there's no husband. So no husband, no household. So that structure that comes from the husband, which is the household, you then push that onto the son. And it also returns back to how a lot of women, like, you're so angry at the child's father for not being a man, for not being a husband, for not being the father, you start blaming the child. So what the expectations that you have for a husband, you put on the child. And this is what they do to the sons. It's 10 times worse what they do to a daughter. It's 10 times worse what they do to a daughter.
You know, it is really sad because most of these players end up broke.
Yeah, because they're taking care of their family. They take that.
It seems here that they're taking care of the family early on in their careers.
Yeah.
And then when they go broke, no one wants to be around them.
No one. Yeah. Yeah. And so if I may share with you an example, John. So I know some people in the chat know who I'm talking about. There's a guy, a white guy. He did Jackass, Bam Margera. I know many of you in the chat, many of you listening, you know who I'm talking about, Bam Margera. Bam made a ton of money. He was working, you know, with Johnny Knoxville, Steve-O, Wee Man, like they made a ton of money doing Jackass in like the early mid 2000s. Bam would have gone broke if it wasn't for his family, because he was spending so much of his money on a lot of it on drugs and just BS women, just fooling around his money. But his parents made sure to pull his money out and engage in investment. And Bam trusted his family. He knew.
You know, it's interesting that you say that on there.
Aaron C. Aaron C. But you know what I'm talking about, Bam? April, Bam's mother, did a lot for Bam. Peak whiteness.
You know, it's interesting you say that.
Aaron C., it was peak whiteness because they also took care of Bam's mother, and the father took care of Bam's money. That's why Bam has money. It wasn't just blown away because they did the appropriate investment, you know, which white parents do. Just like the Olsen twins, their parents invested their money early on. That's why they're billionaires. But we don't have that. Black people don't have that. Sorry, John, I'll go on mute.
Yeah, no, you know, as I was going through the Myles Garrett and the Hayden guy, there were two of the players, none of them invested in anything. Their first $1 million, and it was all like spent on trinkets, like guitars, a signed Prince guitar, a Jurassic Park mirror. It was just $10,000 for a pair of Air Jordans. It was amazing to see how they could spend all of this money on trivial matters and not not spend anything in something that will, you know, keep them from being in the poorhouse when your career's over. They've seen all these guys. Look, Punda, did you hear about Shadul Sanders?
Oh God, what happened to Primetime Junior? I don't know.
Let me show you this. And this is what I'm saying, like, look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
If something happened to Shador, it's Primetime's fault.
No.
I'm going to.
No,
there's no excuse.
Well, you know, I'm not gonna say. Yeah, I'll agree with you. It is a prime time phone. Here is. Let me see if I can find it. I'm pretty sure it's Shador. Where the hell is it? Shadur. Let me see if I can find it. Damn. All right, hold on. Shadur. Damn. Well, anyway, Shadur Sanders Ponder, in his first year in the league, spent $2.2 million at Cheesecake Factory. Did you hear me, folks?
Jesus Christ.
Shadur Sanders. I'm pretty sure it's Cheesecake Factory. I mean, you could have bought a Cheesecake Factory.
Yeah, he could have, right. Yeah, he could have. Yeah. It's just, John, I know you're not going to agree with me, but I have to go right back to prime time.
Yeah, no, I agree with you on this one.
There is zero reason. Shadur grew up privileged.
Yeah.
I know where Shadur went to school. He never once touched inside a public school. Nowhere.
Yeah.
You come from Prosper. Do you understand? Prosper is Frisco times 10. Prosper is north of Frisco.
Yeah,
and they lived on beautiful property, John.
Here it is, right here. Look at this.
It is unacceptable.
Look at this. He spent $2.2 million at the Cheesecake Factory. So is his family. I guess you can't get a franchise from that. But Jesus Christ, that's half of his 4-year contract. I don't even want to believe this is real.
No, they just blow money.
This can't be real. This got to be some kind of spoof.
I mean, granted, Pilar cannot cook, but still, that's no excuse. His mother cannot cook, John. Though.
I don't know.
She's beautiful, but she cannot cook. She cannot cook for nothing. So. But that's still just unacceptable. He could have just had like a personal chef who would have made him good food that would have been appropriate for him at his age.
Somebody said it's impossible to do this.
No, it's not. It's not impossible. Because Wendy Williams' son spent something like, I don't know, like tens upon thousands on Uber Eats in a year.
Yeah.
Like you can just blow money.
Yeah. Jesus Christ, if that's true, my goodness. $2.2 million on.
Yeah. Ryan, that was a problem where I lived. So I actually had a conversation several years ago, Ryan, with where I grew up with my family. And there's a couple, an older white couple, and they actually said that the Black children, they would try, like they picked it up, like you're trying to act ghetto, but how can you act ghetto when you're being dropped off in your mother's Mercedes? Like, what are you doing? And they could not understand that. And they did believe that it was the influence of other Black children, like Black families using like the address. Like you can use like, oh, I'll use my cousin's or my friend's address to enroll my child into the school. Because where I went to school is excellent. I never went to public school, but the public school that was in my city is very well known. It's nationally well known for a number of reasons, like perfect SAT scores, the marching band. It's amazing, like nationally renowned. But
let me get you to comment on this right here.
Bringing their children and Black kids are just so easily susceptible to this behavior. All the okay, yeah, John.
Have you been hearing about what happened in New York?
Ta-Nehisi Coates of this character.
In New York, what's his name? Espinilla, whatever name. He's a Dominican council member.
Oh God, what did he do?
Beaten out by a Democrat socialist.
Good, yeah.
Mondami.
They ran the wrong person. Why would they run this guy? That's their fault.
At the ladies, campaign after she won the campaign, they started screaming, "Hakeem Jeffries is next," right? So what you're saying is that the progressive wing of the Democrats
in New York,
primarily they were the older blacks and some of the Hispanics. The SBA is one of them. They're being pushed out, and these people are stridently trying to push them out.
Yeah.
Did they push out Jasmine Crockett?
No,
I'm not sure they replaced her with, but they may replace her with someone even more socialist than her.
Oh, in Dallas? No.
Yeah,
No,
didn't she get pushed out of country? She's out.
Not at all. No, she's not. What are you talking
I
about?
thought she got voted out of somewhere.
No, she ran for Senate. She ran for Senate, and she lost the primary. She's back. She still has Eddie Bernice's seat.
Okay.
Yeah, she's still a House member. She has Eddie Bernice's seat.
I thought they redistricted.
No.
Something about the whole
No,
redistricting.
so what happened was she lost a portion of her district, part of like the Mesquite area, because of the redistricting in Texas. So her district is smaller, but she didn't lose her district. That district is never going away. That district was basically created for a black woman by George Herbert Walker Bush back in the early 90s.
So
And
let's
that was for
listen-
Eddie Bernice. Yeah.
So let's listen to this. Is Ta-Nehisi
She didn't get
Coates.
districted out. What's his name? Pablo Pacheco. She did not get districted out. What is he talking about? No, she did not.
Well, anyway, this is Ta-Nehisi Coates,
How?
and this is the.
Yeah,
he's
that's not
expressing-
Ta-Nehisi Coates. That's not Ta-Nehisi.
Well, no, he's in the interview, Pamela. And so he's expressing some frustration here that the old guard of Democrats are being pushed out for the new guard, the socialists, the Janice Georges, the Mondamis.
Big week for New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani and the
To Taiwanese.
progressive Avelia Chevalier.
These are the women that are pushing out the old guard of Democrats. And this is Brad Lander. He's a socialist. She's a socialist. This woman's a socialist. The lady on the left says she wipes her hands. She uses the American flag as a napkin. The lady on the left right there.
Lander and Claire Valdez all cruised to victory over how the politics since the 20 to break. Next guest, author and journalist Ancestral. The next black presidency will have to think bigger. A party that was deeply identified with destroying apartheid within its borders attempted to win by ignoring apartheid abroad. It did not work. I spoke with Ta-Nehisi Coates earlier. Here's what he said. Joining me now is award-winning author and author of the best. When you see the results from this week's race, specifically here in New York, from candidates who called Israel's actions a genocide, do you see that as a potential turning point for the party? And your piece talks about how the DNC infamously refused to feature a Palestinian speaker in 2024. So I'm wondering how you reflect on that with what has happened this week and the through line between that moment and where we.
As you probably know, there was plenty of resistance put up from the infrastructure of the party at the very least. But I think it was Mayor Mamdani who said, what is a party if not its voters? And it's pretty clear where the voters are. And the voters had a turning point a long time ago. What that says about the donor class, what that says about the actual architecture of the party, what that says about former DNC chairs and Wiseman, who can tell. I will point out, Eamon, that it has never been the case that when you have major shifts in the party that it has been peaceful. In 1948, when the Democratic Party decided to add a civil rights plank to its agenda, it essentially destroyed the party for the next 20 years, and a new party came out of that. And so it is not particularly out of character, that this would be a very, very fractious dispute.
So I think the question that many probably have right now.
You see what he's saying here, Palmer? He's saying that the Democrat Party is fracturing with the radicals, and they're taking over. And the older guys, and he was a guy who reported and talks about it, pushed their narrative. They don't even want to talk to him anymore. He's irrelevant. They're looking for people who are much more strident. And he made his living reporting, talking, mainstream Democrat politics. They don't want to hear that anymore. They're looking for people that want to push the envelope. And as he said, the shift in the party, likely will be some violence there.
Now is that what the Democratic Party is going through? Is it a reckoning in this moment around this single issue that is perhaps going to fracture the party, maybe weakening it ahead of a very important midterm or a very important presidential cycle in 2028? And I'm wondering if you got any insight into whether or not that might happen, or if the party is willing to move in that direction.
I think it's going to be extremely, extremely hard for somebody to get through the 2028 Democratic primary and have even the same position that Kamala Harris had before, which was kind of, how can I, talk about this the least? I think it's going to be really hard. I think that's going to be really hard. I mean, New York City is not just, abnormal because of its size and because of its politics. I mean, it has also, the largest population of Jewish voters in the country. Brad Lander, he's a Jewish congressman in a district with, a number of Jewish voters, and that this resistance would begin there. I just think it's a statement. In fact, you'd expect it to be the other way, but it's not.
And so what he's saying is this anti-Jewish movement is afoot within the Democrat Party. You would expect it to be stopped in New York because it's a large Jewish population. They're influential. But they're pushing right past that. Hell, Brad Lander's a Jew himself with the whole anti-Israel Gaza thing. This is if you're interested in politics.
John, let me ask you, where have you seen this occur outside of New York? And I'm genuinely asking you, where have you seen one of these people, these Democrat socialists, actually win outside of New York? And what they're winning is they're being primaried. They're primarying other Democrats out.
Right. Yeah.
And when they finally run in the general election, because it is a Democrat district, they're going to win. That's how that Ocasio-Cortez person won.
Right. Mondami, all those people, yeah.
Yeah. These are not like, it's one thing to say this in New York. If you're going to start speaking further west and then further south, that's when they become an actual problem, or an actual, like, I don't want to say problem, or once they have actual influence. No, it's not. This Pacheco guy, first off, you make comments about Texas that are 100% incorrect. Jasmine was never districted out. You're confusing the House, which is District 30, which she is. She's a House of Representative for the Senate race with Tallarico. You and that Ken Green guy have no idea what you're talking about. Secondly, Colorado is not blue like New York. Colorado is completely different. Colorado does have a very long, strong Republican history. It's not like, and on top of that, Colorado has California money. They're not going to want to have the DSA, these Democrat socialists, come into Colorado. And
but didn't one win in Denver? I think one won in Denver.
In Denver, which is the
blue city. Won in Denver.
Okay, wait a minute. Let's see.
I think so. I'm pretty sure.
Let's not even make assumptions.
Let me play a little bit more of this.
One of the things that you wrote about in your current piece for Vanity Fair was effectively the missed opportunity for the Democratic Party, and specifically the Kamala Harris campaign during the DNC, to try to follow in the footsteps of some of the organizers, and more importantly, some of the Black women who have in so many ways shaped and moved the party in very specific times. You talk about how the patron saint of the DNC was Fannie Lou Hamer, and the legacy that she, and the shadow that she cast over the DNC, and how the convention fell short of that. Can you elaborate on that and why you felt that was an important connection to make in that moment?
Yeah, I think the most disappointing aspect of the DNC is not, simply that in 2024 they didn't allow a Palestinian American speaker or an Arab American speaker to address, the larger convention. The most disappointing thing is that they fell short of their own declared standards. Nobody forced them to decide to commemorate Fannie Lou Hamer, and the fact that this was, the 60th year of her, attempt, or 60th anniversary of her attempt to get an integrated delegation from Mississippi to appear at the convention. They decided to do that. And so I guess I just felt like I had a responsibility, as somebody who is, rooted in that same tradition, and as, a number of, though not all of the Black women who I talked to who are also rooted in that same tradition, to ask, are you actually honoring who Fannie Lou Hamer was? Are you honoring the fact that she was not just somebody who was arguing for Black representation, but in fact was one of the first and earliest civil rights figures to oppose the Vietnam War? Are you honoring Coretta Scott King, who you hold up as a hero, and in fact was 3 years before Martin Luther King, in saying, why is it that Lyndon B. Johnson has so much sympathy for Black kids in Alabama and so little sympathy for Vietnamese kids half a world away? Are we actually honoring that? And I think it's really important to say that and bring that forward.
As you are very well aware, there's now a divide that is growing a little bit within the Democratic Party between progressives and others. And a lot of that centers around the debate over Israel and American foreign policy towards Israel. Let me play for you what Democratic strategist James Carville had to say and get your thoughts to it about the candidates here in New York City. Take a listen.
I don't think that the congressional Democrat should seat her as a member of the Democratic Party. You can't kick out of Congress. She was voted, but she doesn't have to be in a Democratic caucus. I don't have anything in common with Ms. Chevalier, and I really don't want to be in the same party she's in.
Your reaction?
Those are strong words from this is a white man. He's a white man.
You know who that guy was, right?
Yeah,
you know who
old
he
Democrat
is?
strategist, Carville.
One of the OGs, John.
Yeah.
Do you remember what's that one? That one documentary. He and Stephanopoulos, they put Clinton in the White House back in '92. There's I forgot the name of that documentary.
But he's irrelevant now, right? This is
Okay. That's a really good question because Carville is so deep in this party.
But
His
he's
wife.
irrelevant now. But the
Do you
point
really
is,
think
he's
so?
irrelevant now. I don't care how deep his connection may have been.
Ryan, you know who I'm talking
pushed out.
about. Like,
Yeah, I
this
get it.
is
But
deep,
the bigger
Carville.
point is that
The
he's
Rage
being
and
pushed out
Cajun?
now. Right, I got it. But he's being pushed out now. He's saying, I don't want her in his party. Well, who the hell standing you got? The people that brought you in, they 70, 80 years old.
Okay, but he has the donors. Okay, John, let me
got
if I may play devil's advocate. This is a really interesting point. If I may play devil's advocate, Carville has direct attachment to the Clintons, like buddy forever. We're talking almost a 35-year relationship with the Clintons. Put the Clintons in the White House with Stephanopoulos.
All right.
This man
true.
can bring money though. He's a strategist and he can bring money. He's still real tight with the Obamas. He's very tight with Axelrod. Like, I understand what you're saying, John.
I'm telling you, Clinton would have a hard time making a go of it in New York. Hillary, I'm talking about Hillary. She tried to run for the Senate in New York right now. She'd have a hard go.
Okay, John. Here's the thing, though. I see what you're saying, and some of these other characters. Hey, Ryan. I know you would. Thank you, Ryan. But here, I just want to bring up something regarding Colorado because the Democrat socialists can win these primaries, but they're winning primaries in Democrat safe districts. They're not even winning primaries in purple districts.
Sure, but
they're not until they win a general election. Mamdani did win a general election. That was a big deal. New York City, and he won by far. He did, but again, it's still New York City.
Right. What I'm saying though,
Until we
is
see
the
that
party,
outside, it's still the brass at hand. Until they can defeat Carville outside of the Democrat safety.
If you're a national candidate, you're trying to, cater to all these people. They're pulling you left. They're not going right. They're not coming back to the middle. Hillary Clinton would have to damn near disavow Israel to win in New York now. She couldn't, she would not be a very good candidate.
Or Hillary Clinton could have offered a rent freeze. Mamdani made it clear that I'm going to bring this rent freeze. That's why he won, was the rent freeze.
But that's not in her bone. See, Pundit, that's not in Hillary's bones. Rent freeze. She don't believe in that stuff.
Okay, but Mamdani did, and that's why he won.
Madonna's a new school Democrat.
Okay, right? But Mamdani also made a promise, which he kept during the campaign, was that he was going to bring about something that is very well known in New York City, which is like these caps on rent.
Right.
And I think it was Giuliani who lifted it. He brought it back.
These are new school Democrats.
The new school Democrats are not anything until they win a general election in a purple district. They have not done that.
It's not true, Ponder.
Okay, John, you tell me a Democrat socialist who has won outside of New York a general election.
I'll give you this. No, well, I can't tell you that, but I'll give you an example.
Okay, because it hasn't happened.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy, for example.
Look at this guy right here. John, look at this guy. You're bringing up something because even Colorado, that doesn't count either.
Look at this guy right here. This guy won in Georgia.
Oh yeah, Ossoff was fantastic.
Right.
Ossoff is great.
Isn't he a Democrat?
No, he is. He's a Democrat, but he's not a Democrat socialist. Hell
but
no.
I mean, you don't.
He's a Democrat.
Do you think he could get outflanked?
He's not a Democrat socialist, John.
I didn't
You're
ask you if he was
speaking in different.
Follow the conversation here. I didn't ask you if he was a Democrat.
You need to follow
socialist.
the party. He's not a Democrat socialist.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is, he could easily get outflanked within his party by a Democrat socialist.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
You don't
John,
think so?
Hell to the no. In Georgia, Never going to happen.
Okay.
Never.
Well, he's in the Senate, so maybe you're right. But one of these
Black
representatives,
people won't even. Let someone black from Atlanta, who's going to elect one of these Democrat socialists, a black person who is, you know what? Ask Leonard. And Leonard's from Chicago.
Leonard's retarded.
Ask Leonard. Leonard is retarded, but he's also a homeowner in Georgia. Ask Leonard, who's a homeowner in Georgia and has been in Georgia for like well over 20 years now, and a veteran. Ask Leonard if he would vote for one of these Democrat socialists in Georgia.
Well, but I think Leonard is outnumbered.
Who's black,
maybe, you know,
who's a
maybe
homeowner
not in the
from
statewide
Duluth,
race. Maybe not
from
in a
Cobb
statewide
County,
race.
Marietta.
Hold on, partner. Maybe not in a statewide race. But I can see him, you know, in some district like a Jasmine.
Where?
Hell, if Jasmine Crockett.
Jasmine Crockett, no, that's not happening. John, no. Jasmine Crockett is not a Jasmine Crockett Democrat, but to say a Democrat socialist is going to be Jasmine Crockett out of District 30,
Okay, listen,
John, and all these other characters, that Pacheco
Let's
guy
say-
and
let's say-
Ken
hold on,
Jasmine is going to win re-election in
let's
District
say
30.
all right.
He's not
Let's say
going
she- let's say
anywhere.
she wins.
People
Okay,
don't
I
even
got
know
you.
Dallas.
I got it.
These
Let's say
people
she
making
wins,
comments we
right?
don't even know about.
Let's say she wins, right?
Win what? Who?
Whatever. Let's say whatever Jasmine Crockett's elected position within the Democrat Party. The point that's being made in the video is that it's being pulled further to the left. She doesn't have any moral convictions. She'll go wherever the party's going. So if they want to go Democrat socialist, she don't have to be one. She'll vote like them to stay in power. That's where the party's headed. Trust me.
No,
Minnesota,
disagree.
places like that, like
Minnesota. What about what
I mean,
happened
you
in
know,
Minnesota?
surely someone up in that Democratic socialist type state could easily win as a socialist.
In Minnesota? What?
Why not? Why not?
John, what are you talking about? John, do
This
you
is state
study
of George
politics
Floyd.
at all?
It's the
There's
state of
something
George.
called
Yeah, I don't follow
inertia.
politics.
No, it's
but,
not. What
But like the state of George Floyd, you don't think one of those damn reps? Hell, didn't they have Ilhan Omar?
No.
Right, she's a damn
In
socialist
her
herself.
district, yes, in her
So-
district.
and was she
not
not in Minnesota?
overall.
Okay,
No,
let me ask you
no.
this. I didn't ask that overall, but I'm saying that
John, you're speaking like two sides of your mouth.
No, what I'm
There are
saying.
no Democrat. Minnesota has all those Somalis. Yeah, they voted in a Somali who happens to be Democrat socialist. They voted her in. She's
In
one
where?
of theirs.
In where?
What-
In Minnesota. So
Yeah,
there you go.
in a
Okay,
district that is heavily Somali.
Okay. So you got
Surprised
another.
she won.
Hold on, pundit. So you got another Democrat socialist in Minnesota.
In her district, which is full of Somalis.
Okay, whatever. But she's still.
No, it does matter. What do you mean, whatever? Stop
What do you mean? She gets a
dismissing
vote.
that what's
Just,
very
listen,
important.
does she not? Is her vote not equal to everybody else's in Congress?
That's her district,
Right. So I asked you the question.
which is full of a bunch of
Why can't you
Somalis.
just
So
answer the
surprised she
question?
won.
Does she not have a vote like everyone else in Congress? Ilhan Omar. Doesn't matter
Of course
who's
she
in
does.
her
She's a
district.
House member. And stop
That's
asking me
right.
hypotheticals.
So
Just
the
speak
point
to me
being,
directly.
and you said she's a socialist. So now you're seeing a pattern of more and more.
No, there's
socialists.
not missing a pattern of anything. No,
Really?
you're just saying,
So-
you're saying
really?
you're saying-
Like,
no,
look
there
at
is
New
no
York.
pattern until an actual Democrat socialist wins a general election against an actual Republican and a non-Democrat. Actually, just won a general election outside of New York, which is full of blue liberals. Win outside of the Northeast. Win south of the Mason-Dixon line. Win west. They're not.
Let me
They
ask you:
have
Do
no
you think
pool. They don't even have pool in California.
Do you think a Democrat socialist could win a House seat in California?
Absolutely not. No.
In
And one of
California?
them actually, I think one of them, that Czech Uyghur guy, he tried to run. He lost.
You don't think a Democrat socialist could
Dude,
win in California?
They didn't even vote. What's his name?
Okay, so you say no. All right.
Spencer Pratt.
What about Washington? You think a Democrat socialist can win in
Washington, where? Washington State?
Yeah.
Oh no.
I think they already have one.
No, they don't. No, they don't. You would have said something, or that Pacheco guy would have said something. That situation in Colorado is a known Democrat district. District 1, congressional seat 1 in Colorado, that is a Democrat district since like the late 90s. That woman, who's a Democrat, was primaried out. Primary, not general election, primary.
Ponder. Seattle's Democrat Socialist Movement centers around Mayor
That's a
Katie
mayor. What the hell cares?
Wilson.
Mayor.
Okay.
So what?
She ousted incumbent Bruce Harrell to win the mayor's office.
Okay, so she's a
focused on
mayor
at the state
in Washington, which is
level,
blue.
at the state level, pundit, Sean Scott represents the 43rd representative district. He's probably, I think he's a Democrat socialist too. These people are on the move. You cannot deny that. They're on the move. And there's a lot of fertile ground for them in the States. Sorry, upon the left. I don't know what happened. But anyway, there's a lot of fertile ground for these people, I think, in the States. Pundit disagrees, that's fine. But I don't know. What do you guys think? Yeah, Minnesota's been in far left. Yeah, and again, the bigger point I was making, and I'm finishing up this video, is I think the old school Democrats are being outflanked by the socialists. Maybe it's not on a nationwide, statewide level, but they are seating people in the House, that's for sure.
To that, Ta-Nehisi.
Wow. You do this to me every time I come on an interview. Like something that leaves me completely. Because look, the problem with that is, like, whatever you think of future Congresswoman Chevalier, she represents actual voters. Okay, she represents actual voters. And what James Carville is saying is that those voters should be disenfranchised. That he is so disgusted with whatever opinion she has that those voters should be disenfranchised. And I don't get it, man. I don't like, that is a district filled with Black and brown people. They made their choice and he just doesn't respect it. You know what I mean? Which to me says, not so much, it's not so much a statement on Palestinians. It's not so much a statement on Israelis. It's not so much a statement on, anything that future Congresswoman Chevalier has said. It's a statement on how he feels about Black and brown people. And the fact that they are useful to him when they vote the way that he agrees with. When they don't, kick them out the party. They don't deserve representation. I'm trying not to say Jimmy for life. It's not good. It's not good, Eamon. It's not good.
It's not good. It's not good for democracy. Let me, if I can, maybe close out by asking you to kind of give us a gut check whether this is more than just a vibe check, right? I think there would be some critics who will say, and correct me if I'm wrong here, not that the central thesis of why Kamala Harris lost the campaign was because about Gaza, but Gaza was certainly a factor in the reason why she lost. What would you say to critics who say it was actually about inflation, it was about economics, it was about a lot of other things? Gaza was not something that pollsters came up with, pundits thought was an issue, and it might not be an issue going forward, that the party's fixation on this right now, as some Democrats are warning, is misguided.
Yeah, I can't really tell you that that's why she lost. I don't have, that data. I don't have those sorts of numbers. But I mean, to me, look, I know the headline was what the headline was, but I was less interested in that than asking the question of whether, in fact, someone who would not have been in that place if it was not for the Black freedom struggle, and I think this is actually not just true of Kamala Harris anymore, but in true of the Democratic Party itself, that it owes its very present existence to the Black freedom struggle. Is it actually honoring the core morality and principles of that struggle? And are we settling for an interpretation that says human rights, civil rights for certain people and screw everybody else? Or was this supposed to be about something bigger? Was it, did human actually mean human? And my argument is, in the words of Fannie Lou Hamer, in the words of Coretta Scott King, in the words of W.E.B. Du Bois, in the words of Martin Luther King, it was always supposed to be bigger. If this is just interest group politics, I mean, I don't know what that is, and I don't have a place in that party, and I don't have a place in that coalition myself.
All right, Ta-Nehisi Coates is great.
He doesn't have a place in that coalition himself. It's very interesting to see the Democratic Party shift this way. Montgomery is kind of the head of the snake there. Shall be interesting to see how it all works out in New York. Ryan, you see you want to come up? You want to talk to Pundit? Pundit left, though. So it's all about genders when you're headed there on the different. I think a lot of those people, what I was trying to explain to Pundit, I don't think Jasmine Crockett has any moral conviction. She'll go wherever the money takes her. If they tell her to be socialist, she'll do it. If the party just shift that direction, she'll shift there. As Pundit saying, it's a safe seat, so she's not going to lose anything by changing her positions to be more radical, particularly if it's offering out free stuff, and we've seen how that easily sways the people. Same thing in Minnesota. Any of these states, I'm surprised Georgia has a Democrat senator. So if they're that susceptible to a Democrat senator, and he's not like one of the blue dog Democrat type senators, then he's susceptible to go along with the herd as they ramp it up. He gets in there in the House Democrat coalition, and they're all those women, those strident women are talking to him. He's going to buckle and go along with whatever the progressive party wants. That's just my opinion. Yeah, but I'm not a political guy, so what do I know? Cheeky brought your name up on. Who is Cheeky? Oh, I think I remember Cheeky. Progressives don't take corporate PAC money. Is that right? I don't know. I'm sure they take corporate money. It just may not be from PACs. Most of these people are finding a way to make a lot of money by getting money from corporations, which means it's almost like they're two sides of the same coin in that regard. But the interesting shift is that, to me, is that, again, it becomes much more radical with people like the Mondamis, and down on the ground, once he gets his rent increase in, no one's going to come back and cover the conditions of the tenants and so on and so forth as it goes on with their radical policy. So that shall be interesting. Ryan, you coming up? The Four Horsemen. I've heard of you. Yeah. Yeah, and again, I don't think those people have much in the way of convictions. So, anyone want to come up before I get out of here? I have how much time? No, it's almost over. Anyone want to come up? Progressives are the only ones trying to push policies to remove money from politics. That's what you believe? I don't know if I believe that. I think they want it for themselves. But even if they do get money out of politics, then the money is not going to get out of politics. That's just my thoughts. And I think these people are fighting to get more of it for themselves, more of control. That would be my guess, but I'm not a big politics guy, so I'm not sure. I've been to Washington State, probably the most beautiful place in the continental U.S. Terrible politics, yeah. And this is what I was saying. They ponder, like, these people can really, all Hemp talks about is relationships. What are they talking about today? What is Hemp talking about today? You must go over there a lot. Now, all he talks about is relationships. It's kind of boring when he talks about relationships. Let me see what he's talking about today, though. Is he live right now? DJ Hemp is live? Was it This Might Be Risky? Oh, I can see why they might bring me up right here. Okay.
These are the problem, and they need to be removed.
Yeah,
we don't have to agree. Shot, like you said,
Oh, that's
all the
cheeky.
time.
It is cheeky. Okay, I see what you're saying. Democrat socialism, and communism are not the same thing. It's not. They believe it's part of the agreement. I don't know much about the difference or the distinction between the two of them. All I know is some of the things that they want to do. It's somewhat radical. I'll say that. And I think I have a clip from one of them saying something like this. Let's see. Where is it? Maybe somewhere here. Yeah. Anyway, it was one of these Congress members, and basically they were saying we need to change the Constitution. It needs to be more elastic to fit in for this new America. And so I think the more and more those people come in, that's kind of where we're headed. Who was it? It was a Congress member. Who was it? Someone recently said that. I don't know. Yeah, let me call this fat guy one more time. The fat guy, the one that can hardly damn breathe. Let me call him, see if he knows what time he's getting by here. Oh, cheeky. No air. Promise a freestyle record. Hello? Hey, you know what time you coming, my man? 'Cause I need to move around.
Yeah, man.
What you say?
I gotta get in there.
Oh, you ain't got in the house yet to get your stuff?
I'll get the rest of it by myself, man.
Oh,
hell.
How did you go in there? How did you go in the house?
Police.
Oh, you called the
These
police?
motherfuckers playing games. There ain't nobody's in here now. Nobody wants to play around, man.
Oh, okay. So you able to get your stuff?
I gotta get a car or something. Put it in there.
But you got a lot of stuff?
Quite a bit. My phone about the guy. I lost my chargers in my computer bag. I get in the Uber. My Uber driver had the fucking back seat down on purpose.
Say what?
He had the front seat down on purpose.
Oh.
Fight to get my back seat.
The underman. The underman. Every day. Every day. Anyway, guys, it's been 4.5 hours. I am John God, the urban landlord, bringing to you the unseen side of being a landlord to some of these people who see how much they're struggling, their family dynamics, things like that. You know, it's always very interesting. You know, and I'll finish it off with this clip right here. You remember this? Yeah, I asked him, like, man, I think I see that? See, Freezy, like, he sees the word more or less, I guess you could say he's not Hispanic. You remember this? Freezy.
On too, golly. I thought the lady was 62. He's 62. That what y'all saying? Well, how old the lady is?
They ain't told us, Freezy. Goddamn.
How old is the black woman that shot the man in Fort Lauderdale parking lot? Hold on, let me do Chat GPT. I got that wrong, y'all. I'm just getting stuff wrong all day long. I'm sorry, y'all. How old was the black woman that shot the guy in Fort Lauderdale parking lot?
I couldn't find any details about the age of the black woman involved in the Fort Lauderdale parking lot. What we do know is that a 62-year-old veteran was shot after his speed outside of Walmart.
Oh, so she was 62.
Exactly, yeah. It sounds like the victim was 62.
So what you trying to say? I read that wrong?
No. I see what you mean. Yeah, the reports I saw said that the victim was 62, but they didn't actually mention the shooter's age. So I didn't mean to say you read it wrong. Just wanted to clarify.
I'm just saying, what you trying to say? You trying to get smart with me or something?
Oh, no, not at all. I wasn't trying to be smart or anything. I just wanted to make sure we were on the same page since the info was a bit unclear. If something's still off or if you have more details, I'm here to help sort it out.
Okay, I'm just saying, have you seen a picture of the lady?
I don't have a picture of the woman, and her identity hasn't been publicly released, so I can't provide any details.
Man, that lady looks 62.
Yeah, I get what you mean. It's just that a lot of times, even if someone looks a certain age...
Freezy says she looks 62. Oh, Lord have mercy. Wait till it come out and she like 40. That bull about 40. That's one bull. Freezy think this is an old bull. He think this is an old bull. He was hoping she was an old bull to justify self-defense. But this is a young bull, man. This woman probably ain't no more than 40. That's a rough looking woman right there. Freezy, he was hoping she would. This nigga called AI. Here he is. Oh, yeah, Freezy. He about over 3. This shit, it made shit, Freezy.
Hold on, wait. Why did you and your cousins at AI University put a mustache on this lady?
I think there might be some confusion.
Anyway, what's up, Braxton, man? Before I get out of here, what's going on?
Man, according to your understanding of these bull mammies, that's the reason why we had to implement feminism, because nobody will protect these ugly, fat, ignorant, man-face, bull mammies. So we had to let them get a job and participate in the economic system so they can basically take care of themselves. But it went too far because now they want to kill their babies and they want to break up families and destroy society.
And a lot of other things, yeah, you know, it is it does present a lot of problems, you know, and it, you know, I think Dennis Sperling, he was talking about from the standpoint of it goes all the way up. This is the Maryland governor.
Yeah.
Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. This is the Maryland governor. Man, that's the governor of a state.
He's trying to connect with the people. The people listen to him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
A lot of the presidents do that. Look at.
He should be really killing these people.
But see, that's the thing. Those are the voters. Yeah, but the president even went to a WWE fight. Didn't he have some?
Yeah, but this ain't WWE. All right. I ain't going to that damn comparison shit with you, but because I'm about to get ready to get out of here. But
oh wow, okay.
You
want to compare, but I can't compare.
No, I don't think you can compare that, man, because WWE is not screaming about killing people and dreams and nightmares. I think that's the song that's playing, and you know, he's rapping this song to children. Look, I ain't even against playing it. Let the children listen to it. But he's 40-something years old, and I think he should hold himself to a higher standard. That's all.
He is. He's a mayor.
No, he's not. He's out there bopping to the same music that children are bopping to, which has a very vulgar message. You got to hold yourself to a high standard if you're going to be the leader of people. You're elected governor. And you out here screaming, rapping vulgar rap music. Come on, you can't.
Well, you gotta. No, I don't see it's a problem because the same people that he's sitting around. Wait, hold on. The same reason why he's out there dancing with these people and singing their songs or whatever is drawing them into the political arena.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, we got a mayor out here dancing with us. Let me see what he's about. What does mayor mean? What does his office do? You know, they're going to be intrigued in it. It's like they was trying to implement the way of the method of teaching by implementing the rap concept to get the kids to learn.
I got you. Yeah, and that, I think that there's a interesting time to state the point that I'm making. You saw the governor dancing, bebopping with the blacks.
I don't know why my phone keep doing that. Hold on, I'll be back.
Yeah. And in many cases, what you're seeing is that these people, the governors, the politicians, the mayors, have a stronger connection with these lower class, the underman, than his own friends and family. And what that does is they overlook the opportunities, hence Johnny Boy, that someone down on the ground can provide for them, because Westmore presides over agencies that can give him money, clothes, shelter, the lure of an apartment, the lure of a job. And it's that that lure that keeps them so dependent on the government that you saw Johnny Boy when he sat outside all day on a day where he could have been making money with his own hands, but he'd rather sit outside because someone else who's on the welfare dole called him and said, hey, they're giving out free money. And it was some politician. I showed you the paperwork. And that's a very strong lure for the underman relative to asking him to do for himself. He would probably much rather lean on the government's assistance, be it Salvation Army, which is the extension of the government, or actual government shelters. So that concludes the show. I am Jungle, the Urban Landlord. Thank you for watching.
This nigga has the motherfucker, by the way. Let me go fast forward. I am the nigga Jungle. This high ass nigga.
They don't dance no more. It's all about the lean. Back in the day, crack was jumping on the scene. Now they slumped on the sidewalk. Can't talk. Golden era baby, but we still feel the rock. They used to be kings, now they lost in the scheme. Popping them bottles, throwing money, living free. Now they zoned out and mumbling. No rhythm in the city, the whole shit crumbling. They used to rock the house, they was riding through the streets. Remember there was dancing, sliding to the beat. Now it's poison in their veins, ain't no pulse on the street. Guess it's over now, they accepted the back in the day, the rock had a wild and free. Different story now, they got no energy. The new drugs got them slow with the hit unload. Out close and they don't dance no more. Block used to be jumping, top shit they was on. Now it's lights out, guess the thrill is gone.
I am the nigga Jungle. I bring it to your rough, rugged, and raw, nigga.
They don't dance no more, it's all about the codeine. Back in the day, they was rocking on the scene. Even dancing in the rain. Now they nodding off. Shit just don't hit the same.
I am the nigga Jungle.